Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be reading 50 scary stories from 50 different states in the United States of America. I hope you enjoy them. So without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I live in Alabama, and this was really weird. I went out rock hounding solo today to a place that my husband and I have gone before. Everything seemed normal when I arrived. It's a very secluded area of the creek with a rock bar in the middle of the creek, and with a small patch of woods to the left, and a dense forest on the right. I crossed the creek and set up on my gear on the rock bar, grabbed a bag and started walking up creek. About 45 minutes in, I kept looking up at the forest. I don't know why, but I just kept getting an eerie feeling. Every now and again, I'd hear a couple of thumps out there, but, nature, so I didn't think anything of it. About an hour in, I heard my first meow. I was so focused on pulling clay that I literally stood up and was like, I did not just hear a cat meow, did I? 10 minutes go by and I'm walking further up the creek. And dang it if I didn't hear it again. I stopped and was like, yep, I just heard a cat meow. How strange. But something seemed really off, and I started to feel uneasy, so I turned around and headed back to my site. Something about the meowing wasn't right. It wasn't a painful meow, but just like a matter-of-fact meow, if that makes sense. About 5 minutes into the trek back, I definitely hear a meow, and I'm sweating like crazy because of the heat, but instantly feel cold, clammy, and the hair is standing up on the back of my neck. I know what I was supposed to be hearing, a single meow, but it wasn't coming from a cat. It sounded like someone or something imitating a meow. I keep focused on getting back to my site, and about 5 minutes later, another single meow. Here's where I realized that things are getting really weird. The meow always sounded the same distance from me no matter how far I kept walking. I finally reach my site and pull out my drinks and plop down to rehydrate. That's when another meow sounded, and this time I knew with everything in me that that was not a cat following me. I calmly gathered up my gear and started to trek across the creek to the path to my car. And then another meow. I made my way across the creek and hunched down in a pit. I parked my car right to the edge of the forest and was really starting to lose my crap. I get my keys and mace out and put my gear on me so I can dive into my car and rearrange later. And that's exactly what I did. I really scared myself trying to find the courage to make it to my car. But I did, and I hightailed it out of there fast. Any thoughts? The rational answer is that someone was screwing with me. But how did they get back there? It's like 200 acres of forest. This took place in a small city in Alaska where I grew up. I'll make this brief, but I was more seeking others who have heard the same or investigated further. One night at approximately 12 a.m. to 2 a.m., honestly, it's been so long ago that I can't recall exactly. I'm a very light sleeper and often have trouble falling asleep. At about that time, I started hearing what sounded like an obnoxious mix of possibly a clarinet or trumpet playing loud screeches. No harmony, just squeaks and honks in the cold night air. I sat for a while on my bed. I couldn't sleep. It was loud enough for me to hear inside. I went out the front door and stood on the porch and just listened. It sounded like whoever was playing it was a few blocks away, but at the same time you could hear it in every direction. It was autumn and very cold at the time. I was so frustrated by the screeching in late hour, I actually yelled "shut up," thinking that it was a kid playing a prank. About a year or two later, when I had almost forgotten about it, I heard the sound again, this time in the daytime in the winter air. It lasted a few hours and quit. It wasn't until probably 5 years after that I watched a video on YouTube about trumpets in the sky. People around the world hearing the exact same noises. It gave me chills. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? To start this story, I want to say that I have not seen anything like this in my life. At the time, I was 15 years old, pet sitting a friend of mine's dog while they were out of town, and in Benson, Arizona is where this took place. This property had a lot of acres, and it took about 15 minutes to get to their little house right in the middle of probably about 75 acres. At the time, it was about, I want to say 10 p.m. My friend had 8 dogs, and they usually stayed outside for the most part, because they were big watchdogs who seemed to have been able to defend themselves in the past. Before everything happened, I was inside of their tiny home making food, and when I heard her biggest dog start squealing kind of quietly, very scared and in pain, but loud enough for me to hear, I knew the sounds were unusual that this dog was making. I shot up and ran outside to see what was going on. I thought maybe the dog might have hurt himself or something similar, but this was not the case, and I ended up seeing a 5 to 6 foot tall, pale, very skinny creature hunched over this dog, sucking on his head. I was very stunned, almost too stunned to speak, but I managed to shake that feeling off. I start yelling at this thing because the dog started yelping loud, and I'm telling the creature to get out of here and trying to scare it. And I run over to her dog as fast as I could, because I've heard of these things before. Perhaps a chupacabra? And I knew that they would likely eat the dog if I didn't do something. But I stop about 10 feet in front of it to see this creature jump up and run away as fast as it can. I couldn't help but keep looking over my shoulder the rest of the time that I was there. I also didn't let those dogs out at night, and I didn't care to go out there either. So when my friends came back, I told everyone what happened and what I saw. It felt like everyone was just as frightened as I was, and made me even more unsettled. I ended up leaving that desert and did not look back. Still don't know what to make about it to this day, except I know that it was something scary. Backstory. I'm an Iraq veteran. I got out of the Army in the summer of 2013. As soon as I had my DD-214 in hand, I hauled butt away from base as fast as I could, but without doing a serious job search first like I probably should have. A somewhat patriotic family friend who owned a 700-plus acre ranch in rural Arkansas said he could use an extra pair of eyes, along with an experienced trigger finger to help keep an eye on his livestock and his estate. The job didn't pay much, but included living in the 3-bedroom house on the property along with utilities. Not having terribly many other promising prospects for employment that didn't involve flipping burgers or bagging groceries, I gratefully accepted. All I had to do was drive my truck along the perimeter and make sure that the cows were alive and healthy. If one of them died, I'd have to photograph the carcass and email it to my boss along with a brief description of my findings. Occasionally, I'd have to clear fallen tree branches from the fences and make repairs when I could. Another important, but not always pleasant aspect of the job was keeping coyotes away from the livestock. They tend to be more active in the evening. I would sometimes listen to their calls from the darkness as I'd fall asleep at night. But if a mother cow was about to give birth, they can be pretty bold. My boss once told me about a coyote tearing out a newborn calf's throat so fast that the poor thing didn't even get to take its first steps. My boss also installed game cameras at certain points along the property, especially near the main gate. Only 2 people had keys to that gate, my boss and myself. The property had been in his family for generations, hence why my boss insisted on having someone around to keep an eye on things, as well as the cameras. This made it easier for us to see what else was roaming around out there along with the herd, which was usually white-tailed deer or wild turkey with the occasional pensive coyote or wild dog. I liked working outside in the quiet southern countryside, and I was pretty much getting paid for the occasional target practice, along with my regular duties. There weren't very many people living in the area, but the few that I did see around town were pretty decent folk. One morning, my boss called me about something troublesome on the cameras near the gate. He comes by with his laptop and shows me the footage, and my heart stops when I see it. 3 ratty pickup trucks rolling on through the main gate, one of which had a barely intact plastic sheet covering something chunky and awkwardly shaped. Neither of us recognized any of the vehicles in the footage, but that wasn't the creepy part. There was no exit footage at all, and there was no evidence of tampering with the cameras themselves. Since my boss and I are the only people with keys, they had to have broken into the property somehow, and to this day we have no idea when or how they left, if at all. I put in my notice not too long after that. I loaded my possessions into my truck, and I haven't been back there since my last day of work. Okay, so this happened to me almost 4 years ago. Me and my girlfriend are Brazilian, and in 2014 we decided to move and spend some time in California, as it has always been our lifelong dream. We rented a house in Venice Beach for a month before looking for a permanent place. In Venice Beach, we had our fair share of creepy encounters, as our next-door neighbor, who would play the same song over and over again on day's end, and a scary homeless guy that almost broke into our house at 2 a.m. It's Venice after all. We decided to move to the neighboring Manhattan Beach, an upper-class beach town in the Los Angeles County. In less than a week, we knew pretty much that we had met all the neighbors, and all the neighbors knew us. Me and my girlfriend loved surfing, so every morning we would walk to the beach. There was this house at the corner of our street that was closed. No cars in the highway. No lights. Nothing. There was no way that someone was living there. Anyway, we had to pass by his house every morning to go surfing. This one morning, about a month and a half after we moved, I was outside washing my car when I saw a man walking out of that house and coming my way. I greeted him and introduced myself and said we were his neighbors and that we had just moved to the neighborhood. He just kept holding my hand. We're shaking hands at this point, and he wouldn't let it go. He looked straight into my eyes and said, "I know. I've been watching you from my window." Then he let go of my hand, and without saying another word started backing up, still facing me. I was kinda creeped out, so I kept washing my car, trying to not make eye contact again. I never saw him again, but I also took a different route every time I went surfing. So I had convinced this girl that I knew to go on a random camping trip outside of Castle Rock, Colorado. Like many places in Colorado, you can usually just kind of drive up into the mountains, and eventually find a spot off of a 4x4 trail. That's not what I would call glamping, or for that matter, even reserved. Depending on how crazy you want a 4x4 depends on how isolated you will be. This was unfamiliar territory for me, so the plan ended up putting us in an area that wasn't exactly tame, but it also wasn't like sleeping in your truck at 13,000 feet and hearing weird noises like drums. That's another story. Anyways, we're not really around anyone, or at least when we set up, I didn't think we were. So Rachel and I set up camp, let our hair down and had a few drinks. Maybe no more than a few, because she starts talking like she is in a Shakespearean play. Anyways, it starts getting late, and our phones are on dead, but I was able to recall that this honking probably started around 10, and maybe stopped around 2:30 or 3. I slept in my tent, and she slept in the back of the truck, despite my almost being seduced back there with her. How it started was basically random honking. It's hard to gauge sometimes how far away things are in the mountains, and it can be because sound can travel so far. That being said, the honking was definitely not an alarm. The second curiosity was that it was seemingly spaced out in a time frame that seemed random. At first, my mind was like, Then it was okay. Then it was concern. Maybe this person is in danger. Are they dying and need assistance? Maybe a bear. But ultimately, what if this is some sort of a serial killer? And do I really want to go driving around at 3 a.m, trying to find out the answer? I'll try my best to recall this story that just popped into my memory randomly. This would have been in the late 90s in Connecticut, maybe about 1998. I was a teenager, and some of my friends had started getting driver's licenses. So we did what any teen in the 90s did, drive around with our friends looking for something to do in a small town. There were about 5 of us in a friend's car. I wasn't driving. I was on the passenger side in the back seat. We were riding around, listening to music, talking. No substances were used. We were on a wooded, windy road at night. Suddenly, the driver slammed on her brakes, and we watched as this creature crossed in front of us. Illuminated by the headlights, the creature was about toddler height, very, very pale, no clothing, bald, and very slender. It paused briefly to look at us. I remember we all got dead silent. It passed the road quickly and went into the woods. It walked on 2 legs. It was most certainly not an animal that I'd ever seen, especially since it was bipedal, and it definitely wasn't a kid. The only thing I can't recall is its face. I did see the creature, but from my side in the car, my view was slightly obstructed. We were all silent for a few moments, processing what we'd seen. I remember another passenger whispered, "Dude, what the heck?" We continued on in silence with the occasional, "Did you see that thing?" We kept the radio off at that point, and the driver started bringing us all to our homes. We were so creeped out, we didn't feel like having fun anymore. One of our friends, nicknamed El Chalupa, so occasionally we'd bring it up. I've lost touch with all of them at this point. I'm in my 40s now, but we never did find out what we saw. This was before most of us even had home computers, let alone a cell phone or Google. Any idea? I live in southern Delaware, about 13 years in a pretty woodsy area. It was about 15 minutes to the nearest small town, and 40 to the nearest small city. My house was surrounded by a nature preserve that allowed hunting by special permit, and I used to play in the woods for hours as a kid. Part of the nature preserve, about a half a mile away, had a vehicle trail that you could go on with your truck, ATV, etc., and had a few abandoned fields. Occasionally, I'd walk up there by myself just to enjoy nature. One of my favorite areas was an old farming field with a tiny pond surrounded by pine forest. This area is blocked off by large pieces of a concrete fence and is not accessible by vehicle. This is important. I recently visited the area after not exploring it for 3 to 4 years and brought my fiancée with me. I took her to the area mentioned above, as I used to find cool rocks and sometimes animal bones to take home, since I'm into vulture culture and wanted to show her my favorite childhood quiet area. We started looking for bones, and hey, we found some remains of a doe, and more, and another. Altogether, there were the skeletons of around 5 deer, some bucks, some does. Now, while hunting is allowed in parts of the preserve, it is not in this area. Also, when you hunt, you are required to field dress, remove organs, in the area of death and take the rest of the carcass with you, as most hunters around there hunt for food. These were not full skeletons, just bits and pieces. We found 3 partial skulls, so it wasn't just trophy hunters taking down a buck or doe for a mount, and the remains were all in about a 6-foot radius. If it was hunters, they'd have to take the entire carcass with them by walking the mile back to the main trail, clean and butcher the deal elsewhere, then return and carry the butchered remains back to the area and dump it in one specific point, and also not dump the entire skeleton. We're a bit freaked out at this point, and then realize that the forest is almost entirely quiet, except for a few quail calls. As a kid, I used to hear train whistles in this area. There are no trains in the area except some cargo rails that ran 3 to 4 times a year about 15 miles away, and remembered the silence that came after those calls. We are thoroughly creeped out by the weird bone area and the unusual quiet, so we speed walked back to the vehicle trail, got in my car, and drove back to my family's house. We don't plan on going back. When I was about 13 years old, my school organized a special trip to Washington, D.C. for a week, and I was genuinely excited to go. I had an amazing time during the trip. On the final day, our teacher took us to an underground subway mall. I can't recall its exact name. It had a bunch of restaurants underneath as well. I opted for Chinese food because it looked delicious. After grabbing my meal, I sat down with my friend. The place was massive, bustling with people, and I had to wait for about 30 minutes to get my food. Despite the crowd, I was enjoying myself until I noticed a man in his 60s staring at me. He raised his phone and accidentally turned on the flash, drawing my attention to the fact that he was taking pictures of us. I immediately informed the staff, but they brushed it off, assuming that he was just taking pictures of the place. I felt angry because it made us uncomfortable, and unfortunately, my intuition was correct. Feeling thirsty, I decided to get Starbucks. I wasn't alone, but I noticed the same man following us. His behavior was unsettling, and he kept staring at me. Trying to remain polite, I smiled at him, but he approached me immediately, commenting on my appearance. His sudden compliment caught me off guard, and I thanked him before quickly returning to my group. However, he persisted, asking if I had a boyfriend. The staff overheard and warned him to leave us alone, or they'd call the police. He ignored the warning and continued asking me creepy questions. The staff grew angry and threatened to call the police, showing him their phone as a warning. Realizing they were serious, he walked away but lingered nearby to ensure that we could still see them. Deciding it was time to head back to the hotel, we left, but the man continued to follow us. The staff approached the police and informed them about the situation. The police intervened, holding the man so that we could leave without worrying about him following us. Following this incident, the school decided to cancel future trips to Washington, D.C. It was the first time I truly realized the dangers women face every day.
Have you ever experienced anything strange in and around Florida? Apologies if this isn't allowed. I got to thinking after a couple of weird things I experienced in my hometown, and it had me thinking if anybody else has experienced anything. Back when we were teens, me and my brother were out for a walk outside of our neighborhood. Where we were walking was kind of wooded, but the houses were still pretty close together, yet considerably more in the boonies compared to our place. Anyways, we had almost completed the loop of the area and were around the bend going towards the exit when we heard something odd. I remember there was a helicopter overhead. Around the time, we both heard this weird guttural yell/growl, like right next to us. It was so close. It sounded like a mix between a mountain lion, an angry house cat, and yet oddly human-like all at once. We both just froze and looked at each other startled, and started looking around for the source, but there wasn't a single cat or anything animal-like about. I was pretty freaked out and practically sped walked to the road. All the while, my brother kept asking me what the F that was, but I was too spooked to talk about it. It was like a primal type fear. In an instant we heard it, and I just kept looking over my shoulder the whole way back. Anyways, pretty benign compared to the other stories I've read on here, and I'm sure there's an explanation to the sound, but it did have me wondering, has anyone else experienced weird stuff in Florida?
This was a few years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. A friend and I were in the woods just taking a hike. While on our way, we noticed that the forest had gone completely silent, and there was a chill to the air that hadn't been there earlier. Now, I live in the North Georgia mountains, so a sudden change in weather isn't that strange. But this was different. Along with the silence, there was this sense that something was very wrong, and something very dangerous was near. It was such a strong feeling that we became frozen in fear and apprehension. It all came to a head when our eyes caught movement behind a rather large tree. Now, for a bit of context, the air had gotten so cold that we could see our breath, and it was August. What we saw was a creature that had a deer skull for a head, with antlers that extended more flat out than up, and a pitch black cloak that seemed to suck the very daylight, and it became noticeably darker. It had bone hands with sharp claws at the ends that it had stretched around the tree as it leaned around to stare at us with its pitch black eyes that felt like a void of darkness and terror. We could see its breath in the chilly air, and as it stared at us, we both had this complete belief that if we turned our backs and ran, we would disappear forever. After what felt like an hour, but was maybe just a few seconds, it seemed to have gotten or done whatever it wanted, and leaned back behind the tree and disappeared. And the temperature returned, and so too did the sounds of the woods slowly, but surely. My friend won't talk about it to anyone, and I've only told one other person about what I saw that day. It was so terrifying that I won't ever forget what I saw. It will forever haunt my dreams and memories. I don't know what I saw that afternoon, but I was hoping that maybe if I shared it, someone else might have seen something similar, and might have an idea as to what we saw. This will probably get lost in the mix,
but I used to live on the big island of Hawaii, where the current lava eruption is going on. My girlfriend and I at the time decided to go camping at McKenzie State Park along the coast in the Puna district. We had planned on staying for 4 nights, but ended up only staying for 2 nights. I had heard about it being haunted before, but sort of wrote it off, and was sure not to mention this to my girlfriend. The first night, around 2 a.m., we woke up to what sounded like multiple people using a pickaxe on lava rock and groaning. This went on for what seemed like a few minutes, and then stopped. It was really weird, as there was only 2 other people at the park that night, and I was sure that they weren't using a pickaxe. We eventually fell back asleep, and asked the other people the next morning if they heard it, and they had not. The second night, it was just my girlfriend and I at the park. I'm getting chicken skin right now thinking of what happened. It was around midnight when I woke up to what sounded like someone sprinting back and forth outside of our tent. Like they were sprinting back and forth at full speed. I was the only one up, and turned my light on and it stopped. It freaked me out, but eventually I fell back asleep. A couple of hours later, my girlfriend is squeezing my arm and whispering directly into my ear, "Someone is outside the tent." It sounded exactly like a couple of hours earlier of someone running back and forth. The corner of the tent closest to me was then lifted off the ground and shaken back and forth. We both started yelling, and the tent was dropped. I immediately grabbed my light and small machete and went outside. Nothing. Nobody around. Just us in the middle of the night along the coastline. My girlfriend was panicking at this point, so we literally picked up the tent with everything in it, threw it in the back of my truck, and just got out of there. After that happened, I talked to locals and said stories like this were not uncommon at all. If you look up McKenzie State Park, you'll find many different stories related to the park being haunted. We are definitely not the only ones to have heard people outside of our tent and have our tent messed with. And needless to say, we never camped there again.
This is a story that was told to me by one of my firearms instructors named Chris. In northern Idaho, deep in the Rocky Mountains, there is a cabin that runs a cattle ranch. Chris's brother knows the owner and invited Chris to spend a weekend up there for some hunting and hiking. The brothers gathered their supplies and a few of their best pals and took off into the mountains. As they were driving up the winding Idaho roads, his brother issued a cryptic warning. Sometimes the cattle escape into the woods and need to be tracked down. The owner of the ranch has seen strange creatures in the forest. I'm not messing around. Everyone laughed and didn't take the warning seriously. Within the hour, they arrived at the cabin. On the second day in the mountains, Chris decided to go on an afternoon hunt with one of his friends. They drove down a back road into the forest until the road ended a few miles from the cabin. They got out and walked to the nearby creek, then split off with one person going upstream and one person going downstream. After walking for a ways, Chris came to a silty deposit where he noticed a foul odor and a broken pine tree that was green and healthy. The trunk was snapped in the direction of the water. There were 4 finger indentations in the tree bark, like it had been squeezed and pulled down by a massive hand. Sap bubbled from the compressed bark. On the ground, he discovered numerous huge footprints with 5 toes stamped into the silt. He followed them and counted 73 beautiful tracks that led to another snapped green pine tree. This tree also had big finger marks on it and was facing in the direction of the water. Tracks danced all around this tree. The smell was now overwhelming. Chris became so spooked that he immediately ran back to the truck. His friend had shot a deer, and they quickly drove back to the cabin with it. At the cabin, Chris explained the situation to everyone. That night, half a dozen men from the cabin armed themselves, each with a rifle and a pistol. They returned by truck to the end of the dirt road. They parked the truck facing the creek and then walked on foot to the edge of the water. It was a moonless, starry night, but the horrible smell still lingered. The band of hunters awaited, and at one point howled into the night calling for the creature. Chris thought he could hear something moving in the forest, but the creek was too loud to be sure. He decided to walk alone upstream and into the woods to get a clearer sound. He could hear that there was definitely something big making its way through the pines. He ran back to the hunters and warned them that something was approaching. Moments later, from both up and downstream, they began to hear branches snapping and footsteps thudding. The sounds came from both directions, closing in on the group. The footsteps grew louder and louder until the booming crunch of a log under the surface of the mud spooked them so much that they all ran back to the truck. In less than 2 minutes, they made it back to the vehicle. The moment they fired up the truck and turned on the headlights, they could see 2 massive bipedal hairy creatures moving up the creek in the location that they had just retreated from. The creature's eyes shined from the truck's headlights. All of the men had clear shots, but all took flight back to the cabin in terror. The stench greeted them upon their return. They feared with the slain deer outside, the creatures would be drawn to the property. They all slept curled up with their guns that night, but no more signs of the creatures would be found. I told you, little brother, I was not messing around. He figures he ran into a family of them. There was a wild look in his eyes as he turned to me and said, I know they exist. When I was a freshman in college in 2001, I didn't have class until noon on Monday. I wasn't adjusting well, so I would drive the 2 hours home on the weekends to see my friends, and I would drive back late Sunday night to avoid tractors. The highway was just a rural 2-lane road in Illinois. One night, it was around midnight, and I got to one of the few 4-way stops on the highway near West Salem, Illinois. There were construction-type barriers and a flashing detour sign that pointed to the right. It's pitch black out, keep in mind. Also, obviously, there is no GPS in 2001, and cell phones don't get service in rural areas. I turn and drive until I come upon another detour sign. I don't think anything of it and keep listening to my tunes. I come to another detour sign. I think it's odd that it's telling me to turn onto what looks like a slightly jankier road, but I keep going. The highway was fairly well lit, but I'm going further out into the cornfields and it's darker out there. Then I come upon another detour sign that tells me to go onto a gravel road that disappears into a cornfield. I turn down the road. I can't believe I did, but I was only 18 and was trying to convince myself that the situation was okay, because being scared meant it was real. The corn is 6 foot tall and flanks my car on either side, and my headlights disappear into the darkness. All I see is corn, the road, and blackness. I turn my music off. Then I come upon a clearing. It's someone's front yard/driveway. This is a house. Why am I at a house? What is this? I realized that this was either a private driveway or an access road for farm vehicles, and absolutely not a detour. My blood went ice cold. I threw my car in reverse and slammed on the gas. I sped as fast as I could past all the other detour signs until I got back to the highway. The original detour sign and the roadblock thing were no longer in the road. I went back to my hometown instead of pressing on to school, and drove back in the morning. I stopped taking that route after that. My friends and I are on our way from Chicago back to our home in Evansville, Indiana. As much as we drive through the Midwestern country to get there, pitch black highways surrounded by trees and cornfields. About 4 hours away from home, my friend screams and I look up. We hit a deer going 50. The poor guy bounces off the front end and is probably dead on impact. We come to a stop to commiserate, call our parents, etc. We are stranded on a highway in the middle of nowhere, trees to our right and a few houses a bit far off to our left, all surrounded by cornfields, of course. My friend is standing outside surveying the damage when we hear a scream, a man's scream, a bit far off to our left. My other friend and I look at each other wide-eyed. A few minutes pass and we hear one again. I make a joke about skinwalkers and my friend gets back in the car. A bit later, after calling 911, we hear another scream. A woman this time, and it seems closer. We're waiting on the deputy and nervously joking about whether it's skinwalkers or crazy elderly people with sundowners, a la The Visit. And my friend facing the trees suddenly laughs nervously and rolls up the window. I just heard clicking noises outside of my window, and I'm rolling it up because I'm not going to pretend that I didn't just hear them. Anyway, now we're back on our way. The car is drivable. And out of Skinwalker country or whatever the heck that was. Just something spooky that happened, and I thought that I'd share it. I was working at a small business in Iowa when a man came in for an interview. He was polite enough but didn't say much, but something just felt off. While my boss interviewed him, I stocked shelves, listening to the man answer our standard questions. What's your availability? Have you ever been arrested? Things like that. When he left, the manager asked me what I thought. There's something weird about him. I got really bad vibes. The boss kind of chuckled at me and said, "We can't deny someone employment because of bad vibes." I took out my phone and Googled the guy's name. He had been arrested a few months prior for threatening to shoot up a gas station after being accused of theft. He lied and said that he had never been arrested. Is that a good enough reason to not hire someone? It was, and it may have saved my life. I remember September 2018, a beautiful clear day. The calmness broken by the sound of police cars flying down the road. A student had been murdered in the middle of the day on a nearby golf course. She had passed a group of men who very shortly later found her things abandoned on the ground. Concerned, they called management, and shortly after she was found, stabbed to death, her body floating in a pond. Everyone was in shock. This was the second murder of a young student Iowa had in just a few weeks. Was it a disgruntled golfer? A jealous lover? No. The young woman had simply been at the wrong place at the wrong time. She did not know her killer. He did not know her. He was a homeless man who was in the woods by a golf course, saw an opportunity and took it. He had a fantasy about R-wording and killing a woman. The next day, the story made headlines, and plastered on the front was the killer's face. My stomach turned when I saw him. He looked so familiar. I didn't recognize the name, but then again, I've never been good with names. But I remember stories. I Googled his name. The same story about a man being arrested for threatening to shoot up a gas station came up, and instantly I knew who he was. It was the same man that I had convinced my boss not to hire. At the job, the majority of the shifts, there was only one or two of us working. I would have been alone with this guy at so many points, so many slow hours, with few customers, so many blind spots, so many opportunities to be alone with him. It only took a few minutes for a murder to occur on a beautiful day at a golf course. So yes, trust your instincts.
I was driving on a cross-country road trip through the middle of nowhere, Kansas, when I had one of my tires blow out. I pulled over and went to call AAA, but I had no service on my phone, so I got out and started the process of trying to change the tire myself. After a very short while, a cop pulled up and asked if I needed help. I said, "Yes, thank you, officer," and he said, "'Cause you're in luck. I just so happen to know the best tow truck driver. He could take you into town, and you could get all fixed up. No problem." The mosquitoes were eating me alive, and frankly, I only had a donut-style replacement tire and no clue how to properly change it. So I said, "Yes, please," and the officer gave the tow truck a call. After another short while, the tow truck arrived and the officer left. The driver asked, "Where am I towing you to?" So I was like, "I'm not sure, to town, I guess. Somewhere where I can get my tire fixed." He said, "Well, you're in luck, 'cause I know the guy at the only place that's open right now who can fix that for you." I said, "Okay, sounds good." And he towed us to the auto repair place. This was basically a ghost town, if you could even call it a town. The tow truck driver and the repair guy sat around and talked for a couple of hours while my tire was being fixed. Bear in mind, there was nobody else there but me and my passengers. There was nobody else anywhere within sight. The town was empty except for the gas station connected to the repair place. Finally, they came out and said I was all set and gave me both my bills. One for the repair and one for the tow. $1,200 in total. For one tire and a 5-mile tow. For a 1991 Grand Am, that wasn't even worth that much. I was furious but had no options, so I gave him my credit card and he was like, "Sorry, guy. We're a cash-only kind of town, hey." I was like, "Okay then, well I don't have any cash on me, so how are we going to settle this up then?" And he was like, "Well, you're in luck, because there's an ATM next door at the gas station my buddy owns." So I went to the gas station and took out the maximum I could on 3 on 4 different cards, each with a $20 withdrawal fee. I looked behind the counter, and in addition to the gas station attendant, there stood the cop, the tow truck driver, and the repair guy, all munching on Doritos and having a good laugh. I'm pretty sure I got hosed, and potentially maybe even sabotaged. Looking back, that cop sure arrived really quickly, and my other 3 tires were all still relatively new. I had to cut my trip short and invest in cortisone cream for the million mosquito bites. When I was about 9 or 10 years old, my uncle told me a story that has stuck with me ever since. Growing up in Kentucky, I've always heard tales of, Bigfoot or the Pope Lick Goat Man, the usual run-of-the-mill urban legend campfire story. But in the case of the story my uncle had told me, it was different than all the other tall tales that I had heard before or since. Kentucky is home to the world's largest cave system in the world, Mammoth Cave. Since its founding on July 1st of 1941, only about 365 miles have been surveyed by the human eye. It's believed that there are still over 600 miles of passageways and caverns yet to be discovered. The national park is stretched over 3 counties, spanning more than 50,000 acres. Edmonson, Hart, and Barron counties. My uncle owned land in Edmonson County since the early 1980s. I remember hearing about how when they were out hunting for deer, they would occasionally come across pits in the ground of various sizes. They were the mouths of cave entrances. They would usually just toss a barrel or a large tree branch into the hole so no one would stumble across it, fall in, and become trapped. Besides wildlife or just getting lost in the woods, there really wasn't much else that you had to worry about, according to most people. This story takes place in the early 1990s, about 5 years after my uncle had purchased the land. His closest neighbor, who I'll call Ken, lived about a half a mile down the dirt road that ran parallel to both of their properties. They naturally became good friends over time, and on occasion would accompany each other hunting. My uncle lived in Louisville,
and would visit his property whenever he had days off or needed to do upkeep, like mowing or restocking his pond. So unlike his neighbor Ken, he spent more than most of the year in Louisville. On this particular weekend, Ken went out hunting for deer. He left his cabin and headed off into the woods, as he had done 100 times before. He followed a path that he had used plenty of times to a small grouping of trees overlooking a large meadow. According to him, it was a perfect sunny fall day with not many clouds in the sky. He sat in the shadows underneath some low-hanging tree branches, feeling hidden from any would-be prey that might come by. Despite it being the ideal weather for hunting, he didn't see much in terms of game. Just a few fawn and a doe, not the big trophy buck that he was hoping for. He had been entertaining the idea of just grabbing his gear and heading back to the cabin, but not wanting to go home empty-handed, he decided to stick around for just a little while longer in hopes that his luck would change. His chest fluttered when he looked across the meadow to the left and seen movement in the tree line opposite of him. He pulled his rifle to his shoulder and looked down the scope. The thick trees and foliage at the edge of the tree line prevented him from getting a good view of the animal in his sights. From what he could tell, it was heading towards the edge of the woods. He just had to be patient. When it stepped out of the shadows of the trees about 50 yards away and into the clearing, he knew almost immediately that he wasn't looking at a deer. He tried to keep his hands from shaking as he desperately tried to identify exactly what it was that he was looking at. He described its body of that of a panther, but the upper torso where the shoulders and neck were sat noticeably higher than its lower back and hind legs. He was looking at its side profile, which he claimed while in mid-stride, this thing had to be close to 7 feet in length. He said it was quiet like a cat. It never made a noise when it moved. The front legs, he said, looked more like arms, significantly longer and skinnier than its hind legs. It had brittle dark brown hair that started from the back of its head and running down the length of its back. He also claimed that the creature's skin looked waxy, almost like a chimpanzee's skin, dark brown, almost black. Its face was long like a dog's, but he said he noticed no ears. He said the corners of its mouth ended by the neck, where the ears should be. The most unsettling detail that I can remember of his account, though, was the thing's back legs. He described them as looking frog-like, as in the back legs were tucked up close to the creature's sides. When it walked, the leading leg would reach almost to the front half of its body, and the other leg would stretch way back, flat, like a frog when it crawls. He watched it for about 2 or 3 minutes, slowly and quietly moving through the long golden grass, a black shadow surrounded by color. He watched it disappear into the tree line directly across from the woods that he's seen it come from initially. After a few moments, he left and headed back to his cabin. Now, I don't know how long it was after this incident occurred that Ken told my uncle about it, but he was reluctant to speak on it. He dubbed it the Kentucky Holler Crawler. Eventually, Ken explained the story in full one night while sat around a fire with my uncle. Ever since then, Ken refused to go into the woods. He claimed to only hunt from the dirt road running through his property afterward. Both my uncle and Ken have sadly passed away since, but their story never changed over the years. I even had my uncle retell the story to me a few years back, just so that I knew I had all the details right. Maybe this was just another tall tale, used to scare me and my brother when we were kids, camping on my uncle's land. But I know one thing for sure. He was an honest man, and his eyes told the truth when he would tell me that story. He had his fair share of unexplainable incidents as well. I'm sure that anybody would after frequenting a cabin in the middle of nowhere in Kentucky over 30 years. The thing that keeps me up at night, though, isn't the thought of the creature. It's the thought of where it came from. Who's to say this thing didn't crawl up from one of the caves, spanning hundreds of miles in every direction, hidden from civilization, thriving off the ecosystem? Nothing is impossible when it comes to nature. Nobody really knows for sure what is out there in the dark. I'm really surprised that I haven't read any Rougarou stories on here. If anyone has any and can point me in the direction of one, please send them my way. I have two. One is my own personal story. The other is my stepdad's. Also, I'm not the best storyteller, so I apologize in advance. To preface, the Rougarou is supposedly a mythical creature who seeks out misbehaving children and/or Catholics who fail to follow the rules of Lent. I say supposedly because I truly believe that there are other things out there, including aliens, Sasquatch, Rougarou, Loch Ness Monster, etc. It is the body of a human with the head of a werewolf. I like to picture it as a Sasquatch with a werewolf head. Anyway, on to the stories. Both of these happened in southern Louisiana, down the bayou and in the woods. This is my story. It gets very hot down here during the summer, so to cool off, many of the residents in my town like to enjoy a boat ride down the river for swimming, fishing, and tubing at various sandbars. My favorite sandbar was around a 7 to 10 minute boat ride, with maybe 30 feet of sand between the river and the woods/swamp. My sister, my mom, my stepdad, and myself loaded up in my boat and cruised to the sandbar for a late afternoon catfishing trip. It's usually slammed full of boats and people, but it was just us. As the sun is going down, my stepdad is telling his bayou stories and claims that he can summon the Rougarou. Out of curiosity, my sister and I give him the go-ahead. We were both in our 20s, by the way. He takes a piece of driftwood in each hand and knocks them together twice, making loud, echoing noises. A few seconds go by, and maybe 100 feet into the woods, something knocked back. We noped out of there real quick. I don't think I've ever loaded the boat so quickly before. Never tried to knock for the Rougarou ever again either. This is my stepdad's story. Maybe 10 years ago, he was night fishing and set out some jug lines with one of his buddies. While they waited in the dark for the fish to start nibbling on their bait, they start telling their bayou stories. The particular bayou they stopped to wade in wasn't wide at all, maybe 25 feet with woods and swamp on either side. So my stepdad tells his buddy that if he hollers for the Rougarou will holler back. Stepdad then lets out a rah. As soon as he finished his call, maybe 10 feet into the woods, the loudest rah came right back at him. He and his buddy left that bayou quickly. They went back to camp and didn't retrieve their jug lines until the following morning. Because of the proximity of the call, the loudness, and the sheer spook factor, my stepdad still refuses to go down that particular bayou. Well, those are my stories. I hope y'all enjoyed them. When I lived in rural Maine, my boyfriend at the time took me on a drive in his truck. He wanted to show me something he said he learned about from one of his college professors. We already kind of lived in the middle of nowhere, but we drove even further into literally nowhere in rural Maine. We were on this road that was 5 to 8 miles of just forest on both sides. No houses, no signs, no driveways, nothing. Then he pulls over near a slight break in the trees. There was a very overgrown old driveway chained off at the road, with an old dilapidated sign that said private property. We parked on the road and walked in about a half a mile, and there was this old abandoned log cabin house there. I don't know when it was built, but it was old enough to not have any connection to the electrical grid and no electrical outlets inside. It was a bit odd, but my boyfriend said that he had been there before and led me to a door in the back where we could break in. He mentioned that the last property owner said in their will that no changes could be made to the property after they died, like no agriculture or major renovations. So I guess that's why the land was never resold, since nobody could do anything with it. I don't remember if we entered through the second floor somehow or climbed upstairs once inside, but I remember on this loft that overlooked the interior of the house with no railing. Definitely a 15+ foot drop right at the edge of the loft. Maybe there weren't stairs inside at all, or a ladder. It was back in the fall of 2011 when I was a freshman in college, so it's a bit fuzzy. I remember seeing an old wood stove made of iron downstairs and a countertop, but otherwise, I think the place was pretty sparse and made entirely of wood. There was also no sink in the kitchen area and no bathroom, so no plumbing either. The loft we were on had literally thousands of dead flies all over the floor. It was creepy and gross. I know they could have gotten stuck there over the years, but the sheer number of them on every surface and not being decayed/turned to dust was just so unnerving. My boyfriend, for some reason, decides that this is a nice place to smoke weed. I didn't want to stay, but he laid a blanket over the flies and sat and rolled a joint. I did take a couple of puffs, but started getting an uneasy feeling, so I stopped. I'm a regular smoker, but this was just a crazy situation. Then suddenly, I realized that the sun was setting and we were losing light fast. The house very quickly got this terrifying, impending doom feeling, and I knew that I just needed to get the heck out of that house. I expressed my concerns to my boyfriend multiple times, each time seeming more desperate to leave, but he wasn't worried and took his sweet time hand-rolling himself a cigarette and taking all the unnecessary stuff out of his pockets, laying them out in the blanket and slowly putting them away. It was making me mad that he wasn't taking me seriously, and I had such a sense of urgency to get out. I ended up getting out of the house first and started running down that half-mile long dirt driveway to get out and away. My boyfriend shuffled behind me, fumbling with things in his hands. He was practically a prepper and carried all sorts of things on him with his pocket knives, cargo pants, backpack, etc. At all times, he would carry things like flashlights, lighters, weed pipes, rolling papers, weed, rolling tobacco, and probably 20 other things that he thought were useful. I got out of the woods when we were just losing that last light before the true darkness set in. Mind you, this country road has no streetlights the whole way. He had flashlights, but I didn't feel that flashlights equaled safety. I felt that we were being watched, and whatever it was super negative. I don't know if I overreacted or my boyfriend was literally just doped up and clueless, but I never really trusted him after that. I don't know why the heck I let myself get in that situation. Needless to say, he's not in my life anymore. So I live in a county that was pretty rural until the last 10 to 15 years. The biggest town in our county is pretty crowded now. Overcrowded, and I hate it. I moved from there to the countryside. I like where I live, except it can be really creepy at night because for miles and miles it's dark and there are no streetlights. One thing about this county that the main roads always get backed up real quick, or there's an accident or whatever, so it pays to go to the back roads. The back roads, like any other rural place, is less populated, dark, lots of trees and no sidewalks. Anyway, a few years ago, something happened that almost made me stop using them. I was driving home kinda late one night. I decided to take one particular back road that shaved off 10 minutes from my commute home. I was tired and had to get up early, so I was going fast trying to get home soon. This road is a little more populated than some, but it is super spooky in some stretches because there are huge trees alongside the road, and their branches and leaves make a tunnel of sorts. So I'm zipping through and around a curve. Up ahead, I see what I thought was a giant garden flag. You know the flags that people put up in their spring in their backyards? Well, I thought it was weird because it seemed like it was fairly tall and large and was in the middle of the road. As I get closer, my headlights hit it, and it's not a flag. It's a person. A lady. She was wearing a red fez. I live in rural Maryland, and you just don't see a fez every day. A long, flowy white dress, and an orange reflective sash across her chest. A little strange because she's in the middle of the street. As I drove past her, it got weirder. As dark as it was, as I drove by, I could see that she was about 60. She had glasses, and I could see her bright blue eyes. She looked in my passenger window, and she started doing this weird bounce thing. I thought she was going to try and get into my car. Mind you, I'm going pretty fast. I don't know what it was about her, but she freaked me out. I didn't think that she would rob me. I really thought that she was a snow snatcher or a skinwalker. I honestly didn't think she was human. I can't adequately describe how creepy she was. I sped past her as fast as I could. I kept glancing in my back seat to make sure that she had not materialized in my car. I prayed, recited scripture, and kept watch in my rearview mirror. It was spring, so a little warm, but I felt bone-chillingly cold. I finally made it home, and I run in to tell my mom the story. I got in just as my brother was telling my mom about this weird lady that he saw as he was driving. It was the same lady, but he saw her at the intersection from the highway and the back road, whereas I saw her further down the road. We both had the same reaction. She also tried looking in his car. She was also bouncing around when he saw her. He said there was a car in front of him that sped off so fast when they drove past the lady. My brother was so freaked out that he won't travel that road anymore, even during the day. Eventually, I found out that the lady lives in the woods. Apparently, at one time, her family lived on that road. Her father was ill, and she tried to take him to the hospital. He died on the way there, and she drove around with his body in the car for hours. I guess she has mental health issues, and I think she lost the house or got kicked out. I have friends that live off of that street, so when I was talking about it, they knew exactly who it was. I still go on that road, but I haven't seen her since. I do hope she's okay. But I really don't want to run into her again. One of my female friends told me this story when we were a lot closer, and it makes me terrified to travel as a lone girl in a big city. She used to live in Boston, Massachusetts for a couple of years. She's a very beautiful young lady and attracts a lot of attention from men, some of it being really bad. She's had many creepy encounters, but I think that this one has stuck out to me most of all out of all of the ones that she's told me. She had been out very late and was on the subway/train back to her apartment. Since it was so late, there weren't very many people on the train in general. In fact, in the car that she was in, it was only she and a group of about 8 guys around her age, early 20s. Now this is the part that really freaks me out and makes me extra paranoid when I'm in big cities. One of the dudes notices that she is a lone female and says something along the lines of, "You know, we could just assault you right now." They then all proceed to find this amusing, as my friend goes into a panic attack right there on the subway. Luckily, they never touched her. What sick person finds that amusing? I will never know the answer to that question. I'm glad that nothing awful happened to my friend that night. To those disgusting guys, it's never funny to make anyone feel vulnerable and frightened like that. It's terrifying. An assault is not a joke.
Last year in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, I took my girlfriend out hunting. A couple of hours in and we weren't really seeing anything. I bent down to grab a beer, which was on the other side of my girlfriend. As I came back up, I glanced out the window to see if there were any deer, but I saw this tall, lanky, pale and bald creature of some sort running through the woods faster than anything I've ever seen. I'd have to say it cleared a 100-foot section of the woods in at least a couple of seconds. Luckily, it never saw me, or so I think. It looked like it was trying to run behind the blind. Safe to say that my girlfriend and I got the heck out of there ASAP with a fully loaded 30-30 and not much else. Not that that would have done anything to that thing. The scariest part about this story is that my girlfriend finally got to see it with her own eyes, running across the highway right by my land. Meaning, it's still stalking my woods. What do you guys think this is? I've been teetering on a Skinwalker for about a year now, but now that I've found this subreddit, I like to get others' opinions. Thank you for reading.
Two years ago, I went to go visit my family in northern Minnesota around Labor Day weekend. I will not give the exact location, but will provide at least a general location where this happened. To keep this short, I'm hoping that someone has had a similar experience, or may have a general idea of what this thing or entity that was walking around our tent was. General location, Mary Brown Bridge, Minaga, Minnesota. On that Labor Day weekend, my girlfriend and I were planning and spending time camping with her family. Both of us were very excited to get away from the everyday city life and anticipated a much-needed low-key weekend. We arrived at their location around noon on Saturday and were warm greeted by everyone there. During the day and evening, we were enjoying ourselves with random fun activities and catching up on how everyone was doing. As dusk started to settle in, we all were near the campfire for a few hours until 11 p.m. Eventually, the family and ourselves called it a night and headed to bed. My girlfriend and I were offered to sleep in a bigger-sized 6-person earlier that day, from whom her relative, who I will call Mary. It was a kind of gesture at the time, as we only brought a 2-person sized tent. Having that additional space for our belongings and our air mattress was a nice added feature. Mary's tent was positioned not too far from the campsite and the rest of the family. The family did a wonderful job clearing and maintaining the area for their smaller RVs and additional tents. To the back of the tent, about 20 to 30 yards, is where the woods started with semi-thick brush and trees. Us three were laying down chatting, and eventually they both fell asleep. For some reason I couldn't sleep, so I was on my phone passing time, hoping to eventually drift off to sleep. This is when I heard faint activity in the woods about 40 yards back. I dismissed it right away, as deer are known in this area, and continued to space off on my phone looking at random things. About 10 or 20 minutes later, I heard the thing get closer to our tent. I could distinctly hear twigs snapping and moving between brushes, getting closer to our tent/clearing. This started to get my attention, as I could start physically feeling a faint shake in the ground, as this thing or entity was wandering around. Moments later, this thing was about 10 yards away from our tent, walking/running back and forth. Each step this thing took, I could physically feel the vibration from the ground. It was big. The best way to describe this feeling is if you went to a live rock concert and felt the kick drum hit your body. At this point, I was a bit terrified, as I was trying to follow the footsteps running and walking at the back and the side of the tent. This entity or thing got at least 5 yards near our tent, and suddenly stopped near Mary's side of the tent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, scared of what this thing was going to do next. I kid you not, A few seconds later, Mary shot up from being dead asleep. She gasped for air and was calling our names to wake us up. You could hear in her voice that she was terrified. This entity hightailed off back into the woods. Both of us were very startled at this point. The woods were dead silent, and eventually we had enough courage to look out the tent. We saw and heard nothing, and about 30 minutes later ran to their shop to grab a gun. Another anomaly during this whole thing while we were alert and awake. Mary mentioned during this time that I was awake, she was having a dream. She mentioned these entities were tormenting her, saying they want her soul, or that they wanted to kill her and to give it to them. My girlfriend dismissed the whole thing and said it was probably just a deer running around. After hearing my girlfriend say that, I never told anyone about this story. Until recently, as I started to think about it again, trying to figure out what the heck this thing, or entity, was. I went to a Catholic school in Mississippi in the 2000s, and we had this gym teacher named Coach Ricky. Now thinking back on everything, there were some giant red flags with this guy, but as a kid, you don't notice these things. First red flag, he would keep the boys and girls separated. All the other gym teachers never did that. Second red flag, he would pay more attention to the girls and practically ignore the guys. He would also get very angry if he saw one of the girls talking to one of the boys, and that was the only time that he ever acknowledged the boys. He would also adamant that the girls had to be exercising. Meanwhile, the boys could just sit around doing literally nothing. But if the girls were to sit down for even a second, he would get really angry. I remember when I was diagnosed with a heart murmur, and the doctor told me that I could not exercise because of it. And when I told him, he seemed irrationally irritated that I couldn't exercise anymore. So we leave for Thanksgiving break and come back, and the guy is just gone. And the teachers are pretending that the guy never existed. And when you would ask about him, they would act like they didn't know who you were talking about. So I asked my favorite teacher about it, and she finally told me what happened. He had apparently got caught watching the girls in the changing room, and there was even a rumor that he had tons of videos of it on his phone. My teacher didn't even know the whole story because of how my school kept it from the teachers, and they didn't even know whether or not the police were called or not, because you never saw anything in the newspaper. I live in a small town, so that definitely would have been a scandal. To this day, I kind of wonder if he ever got anything of me. It makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. And I hope that guy is in jail for what he did. My uncle has a large stretch of wooded property in Missouri, about a 1.5 hour drive from St. Louis. He has a cabin, a small man-made lake, and trails throughout the woods. When we visited, we would spend a lot of time driving ATVs down the trails. One of the trails leads to an abandoned mining area. The area has a toppled-over mine shaft, a couple of cement buildings, a sheet metal storage shed for core samples, and a sheet metal building with showers and a couple rooms. There's a metal fence separating two sections of it that, for a while, was still mostly intact. All of it is in disrepair and hasn't been used for mining for many decades, perhaps a century. All of this lies in a large open area that has no trees, just sand and mud flats, which made it the perfect place to drive four-wheelers. We'd visit a few times each year and take the four-wheelers out to the flats and have a great time riding. We never felt unsafe, and sometimes we would even go out at night to stargaze. Eventually, we started to notice these sights pop up at the edge of the woods around the flats, like sticks stuck in the ground, in lines or circular patterns with small burn piles. There were usually shotgun shells, bullet casings, and beer cans spread around. Sometimes we'd see spray-painted symbols on pieces of trash or trees. Basically, it looked like people shooting targets and drinking out in the flats, with a touch of weirdness with the symbols. So we didn't think much of it and just decided that we wouldn't go out at night, and started carrying guns with us when we went out. What finally did it for me and kept me from going out there was when we discovered that the fence had been nearly completely destroyed. Only the posts were left, and on every post someone had stuck a can or jar or something on top. And all throughout the flats and on the trails that ran its perimeter, we would find cans and containers stuck onto the ends of tree branches. Again, it wasn't anything too weird. Like, we know people like to go out and break stuff and do other dumb stuff. What got us was the scope of it. The fence was probably a half a mile in length, and every single section of metal mesh had been removed, which would have required considerable time and energy, even with bolt cutters. And that alone wouldn't be too weird because people loot metal for scrap all the time. The thing is, none of it was gone, just laid on the ground next to the fence. And then someone had taken the time to cap the post with cans and other containers. Then to boot, they had taken the time to place items on the end of tree branches every 50 feet or so, all along maybe 2 miles of trails, and on the perimeter of the sand flats. That was the last time I went out there. It's been 10 years, and I've moved states and have limited contact with that part of my family, so I don't know if anything else has happened. So nothing paranormal, just some weird human activity out in the backwoods of Missouri. I'm not a ranger, but my uncle was. He always told me the story of when he worked in Montana. He was a solid 5 to 10 miles away from town, so pretty much deep into the woods. He recalled pulling his ATV on top of a semi-big hill that overlooked a valley. In between all the trees, there was this clearing that he could see through his binoculars. Through them, he saw an older lady, 60-plus-ish, in black, surrounded by 6 to 8 wolves. Now, he's a lengthy distance from this woman, but he starts yelling and honking and all that, and takes off down the hill as fast as he could. But when he reached the clearing, there was no one there. No wolves. No woman. Only a silver ring with a black stone in the middle. And he still has it to this day. This happened a few years ago. I was traveling with my ex-boyfriend. We were in Nebraska, which as most of us know is all cornfields. And for some reason, OnStar took us off the interstate. So we were on a back highway and came up to a 4-way stop, where we seen a car that was seemingly broken down in the middle of it, which I found odd. So I said don't stop, and he said okay. But then he stopped at the stop sign anyway. As soon as he braked, 3 guys got out of the car. I told my ex, get us the heck out of here, and he quickly turned and started speeding off. As I looked in the mirror, I could see one of them holding something out at us. I'm not sure if it was a machete or a gun. More people started coming out of the corn near the car as well. Certainly, they were planning on tricking, ambushing, and killing someone. I work in northern Nevada nightly,
running between Reno and Salt Lake City, pulling triples. I only work nights, so I'm used to working at night and don't really ever get sleepy. So I'm positive that this wasn't a hallucination. Well, I had to take my break, so I pulled onto an on-ramp at around 3 a.m. near Halleck, Nevada, and started surfing the internet. I distinctly remember it being a moonless night, which meant that it was about as dark as it gets in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch something moving in my mirror at the very back of my third trailer, more than 100 feet away. There are tons of perpendicularly opposed lights on our trailer, so whatever is moving is only illuminated for a split second at a time. When I get the chance to focus on it, I realize that someone is sprinting up my set towards the cab with something in each hand. Luckily, I was idling on a steep incline and clutched in and stuck it in fourth and gunned it. In hindsight, I'm glad I wasn't as heavy as I usually am and could really get up to speed quickly. I only take my breaks now in well-populated areas.
Any scout that has gone to Camp Wxat in New Hampshire has heard the tale of Saggy and Saggy Island. The original tale is about a Native American boy who goes back to his village to skin and properly dispose of the dead animals that the settlers had killed and left. He starts a bonfire in an island, slowly bringing the animals across to burn in his canoe. He gets down to the last 3 animals, a bear, a deer, and a moose, when the settlers see him and shoot at him. He gets onto the island and jumps into the fire with the animals. Thanks to the fact that he was still livening and holding the animals, their spirits merge together to create what is most commonly referred to as a Wendigo. Every once in a while, he can be seen wandering the woods and streets around the camp. So now, onto the story. Being as though it was my 3rd year at Camp Wxat, I was very comfortable staying there even at night out in the woods. Both me and my friends, Kyle, Will, and Ryan, are sitting at our table under an awning, telling stories and just gaveling a good time, when Kyle says to be quiet and to listen. It was silent for a bit until we heard what sounded like someone running in the woods. So we all look over to see antlers poking out from behind a tree. At first, we were pretty wowed at the fact that a deer would get this close. Then we realized something. The antlers were 3 feet above where they should be. Right as we started to back away, it sprinted from behind the tree and slashed at our tents, about 10 feet behind us, and broke some other things. After about 1 minute of it breaking things and us getting on top of our picnic table and grabbing knives, it ran off. For some reason, only a few other people noticed it. Our scoutmasters ran over to us to ask us if we were okay and what happened, seeing as though we were almost crying and were pretty shocked. After that encounter, I will never go back to that camp again. Whenever I think of that camp, I get an eerie feeling that I'm being watched. I'm a skateboarder, so naturally I love exploring new skate parks and going on different concrete and wood ramps. However, I went to this one skate park in Passaic, New Jersey. I live near Passaic, like 10 minutes away. When I went to this park with my parents, they immediately pointed out many candles on the streets depicting where people have been shot and killed. There was also people doing hardcore drugs, not like weed or anything, literally heroin and cocaine, lots of homeless people and more. So we got to this skate park. Right next to this park was a group of people doing a drug trade. We ignored it and just got to the park. It was a decent and small skate park, but it was scary. I thought I was alone, and luckily another kid my age was there with his scooter doing backflips and bar spins and stuff. We talked a little. As I was gonna drop in on the ramps, all I hear is a huge boom in the distance. It was a gun. Not shooting at us, but it was in the distance. Me and him left immediately, and the creepy guys doing the drug trade tried to get in my parents' car. We drove off right away. There were more candles on the street of where people had died. I don't know what happened to the kid that I talked to, but I hope he didn't get into any trouble. I never even went near that skate park ever again. Now I go to a better one in Hoboken, New Jersey. I was in southern New Mexico near a town called Las Cruces. I was heading to the Lincoln National Forest to fish for some brook trout. Little did I know at the time they were pretty much wiped out of the streams from natural disasters. I was headed from a parking lot near the Three Rivers, heading up a wash towards the river itself. I wasn't paying much attention, just walking along looking at the scrub brush. I passed this patch of scrub brush, and it made a really strange noise, like a hissing noise. It scared the absolute pee-waddle out of me. I'm pretty sure that my soul left my body. Anyway, I thought I'd found a rattlesnake, so I walked over to this bush and started poking around inside of it with a branch. I moved part of this bush aside, and a pair of greenish-brown eyes and a furry face are staring back at me. I just kind of froze. We stared at each other and he or she hissed at me again. I just let the bush come back between us, put my stick down and kind of sat there for a second, astonished. Nothing happened for a minute, so I just walked away. I had a Glock 22 with me, so I would have been fine, but I honestly didn't ever draw it or even think about drawing it. I think I surprised it just as much as it surprised me. I think it's worth noting that it was also pretty small. I'm talking maybe the size of a small red fox. So to give you a little bit of background information on this story, which is 100% true, I would like to start with the fact that I am European. I posted another story a couple of months back about something that happened to me in Tuscany, Italy. As for me and my friends in this story, we are from Spain, and when this happened at the end of September of 2023, we were fairly new to the USA. I moved here a while back for law school, and so did my friends. We had been living there for a few months and decided to explore the nature of this beautiful continent, as we all live in New York City. So, long story short, we decided to go on a road trip to Canada, drive around Lake Ontario, and then drive back to New York City through upstate New York. I'm a male, and my friends were 3 females. For the sake of anonymity, let's call them Lisa, Anne, and Charlotte. Everything went super smooth until last night. So for our last night, we had rented an off-grid cabin in a remote area in the woods in upstate New York. To give some locals an idea, we were like half an hour drive from Harrisburg, I think. Me and Lisa had decided to spend one night in this cabin because it was one with nature. The cabin was super old, made from log wood, and there was no running water or electricity. Both me and Lisa had experience with survival in the wild in Europe. I, for myself, had been a Boy Scout my whole life, and even was a scout leader for a while. Our other 2 friends were, as much as I love them, purebred city girls. They had pretty much zero experience with camping, or to just be in a place where there is no service for the phones, as was the case in this cabin. We had been driving all day to get there, and when we reached the beginning of the forest, it was already past 10 p.m., and it was really dark that night. While driving to this place, we lost internet connection with the GPS, so I had to drive to the cabin on intuition, paired with a good old-fashioned map, hoping for the best, while trying to drive safe on these muddy trails. It was also rainy the whole day. On the way there, Anna and Charlotte were in the back of the car, and the moment they lost phone service, they got pretty uneasy for the rest of the ride. All of a sudden, in the pitch-black darkness of the forest, we all saw a campfire, but there were no houses around, or people. Just a campfire. A well-organized one since the fire was not spreading, and it was not as big as a bonfire. It kind of startled all of us, as this was a little bit weird, since there was no one around and we were really deep in the forest already. Plus, it was getting very late. When this happened, we also reached the end of the trail, and we figured we had taken the wrong trail at a crossroads before. So I turned around and we were on our way again. Half an hour later, and a couple of wrong trails later, we finally had arrived at our destination, as we could finally see the first glimpse of this godforsaken cabin in the middle of nowhere. To give you an idea of how old it was, the outhouse was made of wood and was outside of the cabin. When we arrived, it was still raining, and both Anne and Lisa were definitely not in the mood for getting out of the car and getting in the cabin with zero lights. So me and Lisa left the lights on in the car, and we went inside the cabin while also using our phone flashlights to check the cabin out and see if we could find any old flashlights, which we did, and to see if we could turn on the fireplace, which we didn't, because all of the wood was still wet from the rain, and it seemed that no one had prepared dry wood anywhere. So with a couple of old flashlights and a small improvised fire that I managed to make in the stove, we all four got in the cabin and started to make some pasta for ourselves. Meanwhile, the girls were preparing the beds and closing the windows since it was already cold in this part of the state. The cabin had a small ladder which led to an elevated room/space with a bed where all three of the girls could fit in, and I would sleep downstairs in a bunk bed that seemed older than the First World War. While making pasta, Anna, one of the city girls, came up to me, and knowing that both Lisa and Charlotte did not like to hear anything scary at night, told me that she had seen an old cemetery in the middle of the forest on the way to our cabin, and that she had seen a figure walk around there. I first laughed it off as nothing. As I mentioned in my previous story, I do not consider myself a big believer of scary stuff. Being from Spain, we take promises very seriously. To swear to God is very serious for us. And she swore to God that she was not lying. I told her then that I believed her, but that there was no need to panic, as I would lock all the doors when we would go to sleep. We had some pasta, managed to make a couple of s'mores, which were lovely by the way, and drank a couple of beers, or at least I did. They all had just one. I can assure you that I am not drunk after just a couple of beers, and that I would never start to hallucinate. Just saying that in case anyone thinks that I saw stuff because of the beer. They all three went to sleep pretty early after finishing the s'mores and their beer, and I, considering that I really love the outdoors, and that I don't really mind a little bit of rain, decided to take my last beer and a flashlight outside to the front porch, also very old and made of wood, and sat myself down with my beer while enjoying the sound of the rain and the lovely sight of not seeing a single light in the distance. I could greatly appreciate this coming from New York City, and I just scanned the area around with my flashlight. There was nothing much really to see, besides a lot of trees and a small creek a little bit further away. All I could hear was the wind, the rain, and the running water down in the creek. That was until I suddenly heard what I would describe as a weird roar. The first thing that came to my mind was a bear, but I had researched well before our trip, and I knew that bears were not common at all in this part of the state. I also know what a bear roar would sound like, and it did not resemble it a lot, except from the fact that it was a deep roar, if you get what I mean. Startled but not really scared, I continued to scan the rest of the forest for as far as I could see from the porch. It was then when my eyes caught the glimpse of a figure, well hidden deep into a tree line. I would describe the figure as tall. For a reference, I'm 6'4", and I thought that this thing was at least a foot or two higher than me. It was well hidden because with its brown fur, that is what I think it was at least, or the skin in any case, blended in well with the trees in autumn. It was definitely aware of our presence, as I saw two eyes glimpsing into my flashlight. I could not tell you what it was, but I swear to God that it was not a bear. It was bipedal, and had rather long arms, I would say. We looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity, but in reality it was more like 5 seconds before it vanished behind a tree, and I heard another roar. It was then when I felt all the hair stand up, and I was definitely very much scared. I went inside as quick as I could and locked all the doors and closed all the curtains. I quickly went to bed and tried to wave it off as just my exhaustion of driving all day playing tricks on my mind. But I promise you, this was very real. After an hour or so, I had calmed down and finally fell asleep. The rest of the night was uneventful, and the next morning when I went to relieve myself after having drank beer the night before, the weather had cleared and it was rather sunny, and as far as I could see, the forest was calm and beautiful. No sight of any animals or anything abnormal. We had a nice breakfast that morning and left for our way back to the city that never sleeps. And so also ends my story of that night. I never talked about what I saw that night because I know all three girls did not like to hear scary stories. And I figured after these months that this was the best place to share it. If anyone has an idea of what it could have been, please feel free to enlighten me, especially if it is backed up with rational reasoning. This story is 100% true, and I'm writing it on here to warn other people and let them know that there's definitely something out there. And to this day, I still don't know what it was, nor have I gone into any woods or forest whatsoever. If you don't believe me, that's completely fine. Read this as a fun story at your own expense. But for those of you out there with an open mind, or you've seen something yourself, just know that you're not alone. And just typing out and remembering this account is causing me to shake with anxiety and fear. First off, I'm a girl, and I live in North Carolina of the United States. I was 15 at the time of my encounter, and was definitely not a believer in anything supernatural, paranormal, or anything of the sort. It happened while I was at a local summer camp. There was absolutely nothing special about that day. No weird lights, people, animals, sounds, nothing. It was just the same camp schedule as I'd grown used to in the past 2 weeks that I'd been there. My age group had just finished lunch and was able to persuade our counselor to let us play a game called Scatter down by the lake. It's like a giant hide-and-seek game in the woods. Now, we had played this at least 20 times before that day, and nothing weird had happened to any of us, and we all grew up playing in the woods, so it's not like we had an aversion or fear of it. But for some reason, that day when our counselor shouted Scatter, and I ran to find a hiding place, it became a whole new ball game. I had run as far as I could while still being able to see the lake, as were the rules, and had found a huge old uprooted tree that I decided would be the perfect hiding place. So I laid down as close as I could against the ground and waited. I had been there for about 5 minutes when I suddenly heard a voice calling my name, in a weird, dreamy-like voice, and not just any voice, my mom's. Now, me and my mom are extremely close, thick as thieves, so I'd know her voice anywhere, and I would swear on my own grave that it was hers without a doubt. But I knew that it couldn't be her. She was 20 miles away at work.
And even if it had actually been her, and she'd come to pick me up early, the voice wasn't coming from the lake. It was coming from further out in the woods, beyond the border of the camp. I knew I should have run away from this strange mimic mom voice, but I couldn't. It was almost hypnotic. It messed with my thoughts and gave me doubts, like, well, it could be mom. Or, what if she's hurt? And I have to get her. All these things were flooding into my mind, like someone had broken a dam that I didn't know was there. Until they finally overwhelmed me, and emotions got the better of me, and I took off running in the direction that the voice was coming from. I ran as far as I could, with only this strange voice as my guide. I couldn't have run for more than 5 or 7 minutes, when I got to a clearing and the voice suddenly stopped. When I entered the clearing and didn't hear my mom's voice calling me anymore, could I finally think clearly again, and started to have little alarm bells going off inside my head, saying, "You idiot, that's not mom," and run. But I couldn't run. I didn't know where to run. I had gotten so far away that I had lost sight of the lake by camp, and had absolutely no idea where I was, and I was completely exhausted to boot. With no other options than to sit and catch my breath, I did just that. No sooner had I sat down, more warning bells went off in my mind. I quickly did a 360 survey around the clearing and noticed a strange noise. It wasn't the continuation of the voice before. No, it was the distinct sound of chattering teeth, like if you were cold, only there was no one else around, and it was the middle of June in North Carolina. There's no way that someone could be cold. And that's when I heard it. Leaves and sticks crunch on the edge of the small clearing, and I realized something was watching me. And then whatever it was moved, and fast, in circles around the clearing, almost like it was circling prey. And it was at that moment that I knew whatever it was had led me out there, away from the rest of my group. Exactly like the predator my instincts had been screaming at me that this was. Without any other option other than to try and escape, I took off in the direction that I thought I came from, and sprinted as fast as I could, all the while hearing the chittering of teeth and sticks crunching behind me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't dare turn around to see what was chasing me. I knew that if I did, I would slow down, and I absolutely would not. It felt like a lifetime running away from this thing before I finally saw the lake. And even though I didn't think that I could, I ran faster than I ever have in my life when I broke the tree line and ran to the lake where I knew that my friends were. At that point, I felt safe enough to stop and look back and just see what had been chasing me. But when I did, I only saw a fleeting form running back the way that I had come from, and the distinct sound of chittering teeth. When I finally found my counselor, who was the seeker to find all of us, I was hysterical with fear and hugged her as tight as I could. When I finally calmed down, she tried to get me to tell her what happened, but I just asked, "Were you calling my name?" Before she even said anything, I already knew the answer. After all, it had been my mom's voice that led me away from everyone else. But what she said, and what she replied with, was so much more bone-chilling to me. She told me, "No one called for you. We didn't know you were gone. Everyone is still hiding. The game isn't over yet."
I just wanted to explain this. I've told my friends, my partners, and I was met with stone silence. I often van life / car camp, and sometimes will stop and sleep at rest stops. Unfortunately, this one in North Dakota was less than ideal. Instead of parking in the back with a bunch of trucks, I chose to back into a spot directly under a camera and a light, mere feet from the now closed entrance to the quick shop/restroom area. It's empty, in the middle of nowhere. The road's iced up on me and there wasn't another option presenting itself that would be any better. A light sleeper, I wake up to see a guy pull into the nearest gas station pump, the front end of his car facing mine. He's maybe 30 yards away, but I start wiggling out of my sleeping bag, looking for my glasses. Pull up navigation, getting ready to quickly and surreptitiously get the F out. Why, you ask? I know cars. I know for his make and model, he pulled up to the pump on the opposite side of his gas tank, and this guy was fidgeting around at the pump like nothing was wrong, like he was about to pump some gas. All of a sudden, 4 other adults get out of the car. They take just a few steps towards my car, facing me and clearly looking at me. You guys, I bolted. I burnt rubber. And magically, these clowns no longer needed gas. They got in their car so fast that they were behind me to merge by the time that I made it out of the lot and turned onto the main road and merged onto the highway. They followed me for a few miles before I could lose them. This was about 5 years ago. Me, my mom, and my dad were camping at Mary Jane Thurston State Park, just outside of Grand Rapids, Ohio. It was around the end of August / the beginning of September. Our campsite was in the front part of the campgrounds. Leading up to the 2 separate incidents, we occasionally heard what we thought could have been a bird or some kind of screaming or screeching up in the trees. Or at least it sounded like it was coming from the top of the trees. We'd hear it almost every night, but in a different location. We'd hear it in the trees behind us one night. Then the next night, it would come from the other end of the campgrounds. Then the night after, we'd hear it from across the road. I've listened to the sounds of different animals, including owls, to see if that was the noise we heard, but nothing is even close. Occasionally, we'd hear what sounded like branches being snapped, but thought nothing of it. I had my own tent, and that detail is somewhat important as it factors into the second incident. The first incident, my dad woke up in the middle of the night to what sounded like someone was rummaging through the ice chest, which was setting between our tents. He said he then heard whoever or whatever it was shut the cooler and walk away. He told my mom about it the next day. The odd thing was that nothing was missing from the cooler. The second incident happened right after the first one. I had a small little TV and my game console in my tent. I was watching a movie when I hear something approaching our campsite. Whatever it is went through the cooler again. I could hear the ice moving around as it was rummaging through the cooler. I was as still and as quiet as possible. But whoever, or I should say whatever it was, knew I was awake because I decided to put its massive hand on the side of my tent and push it in. I was frozen with fear and didn't know what to do. It felt like forever, but was only about 20 seconds before it took its hand from my tent and walked away. I didn't even think about looking for tracks the next day. We don't have bears in this part of Ohio, so I definitely know that it wasn't a bear. This thing didn't take anything from the ice chest, despite going through it twice. I know when it put its hand on my tent and pushed it in a little, I was frozen with fear. We know it wasn't some homeless person or anyone else, because there was maybe 5 campsites that had anyone, and they were in the back part of the campground. So this encounter happened many years ago and I was very young. It was in 2001 or 2002, and I was 11 or 12 at the time. My uncle was interested in purchasing some land near Red Oak, Oklahoma.
I do not know exactly where, but it was several acres in a very remote area. My father, mother, and myself decided to accompany him one Saturday to scope out the property. From our home, it was a little more than a 3-hour drive, but we all love riding in the car. So while it was not going to be the most eventful road trip, we went just to get out of the house. Upon arrival, I remember being very underwhelmed by the place. No houses anywhere near, and hardly even any signs of life at all, apart from a few birds. And the wooded area wasn't exactly what I would call picturesque. Still, we parked our car off the road to go explore the woods a little. My uncle was talking about buying the land for hunting, not really my cup of tea. As we walked through the woods, it was a very nice day, but still something felt off. Everyone in our group remarked about the eerie feeling, but my dad and uncle seemed to laugh it off. My mom had goosebumps and kept looking over her shoulder, which made me on edge too. She was very insistent that it was weird, and she wanted to leave, saying it felt like she was being watched. After a bit of hiking, I noticed that there was a small red building. I've seen bigger storage sheds in the suburbs, but it looked well built. My uncle said there was nothing about it on the listing, so we went to peek inside. The door was open, and inside there were open cans of food, a ratty blanket on the floor, and it stunk unlike anything I'd ever smelled before. Following this discovery, we all agreed it would be best to get back to the car if there was some crazy hermit living in the woods. We didn't want to be around to find him. Only issue, we had walked pretty far into the woods, and now weren't exactly sure which direction was correct. The eerie feeling really amped up, and we were all on edge. We ended up trekking another mile before we finally found the road, but we were further down from where we had parked the car, but at least we could just follow the road now. Walking along the road, we came across a truly unsettling sight. Right in the middle of the asphalt was a dark gray cat on fire. I have no idea why a cat was out in the middle of nowhere, or how it came to be killed and set alight. Obviously, this had just happened, but there was no one in sight. Naturally, we ran the rest of the way to the car. There was a huge scratch in the paint all down the side of it from hood to trunk. Thankfully, that was the only damage, and my dad was able to start it without any trouble, and we drove away as fast as we possibly could. My heart is sped up just recounting this moment. Definitely one of the scariest of my life. Needless to say, my uncle did not buy the land, and I'll always remember this terrifying encounter. But like anything over time, I sort of pushed it to the back of my mind, and it just became one of those odd moments you occasionally retell at family get-togethers years later. So much that it's almost just a funny story. The reason I'm sharing this is because I was reminded of it last night while binge-watching some episodes of BuzzFeed Unsolved on YouTube, when they shared the story of a family that disappeared in the same area, while also looking at some land for sale. The disappearance of the Jameson family is the name of the mystery in the video if you're interested. The family died in the same area we were searching, roughly 7 years after we made our trip there. There are many theories about their deaths, including the allegations of some sort of cult in the area, complete with something about dead cats. Coincidence? Probably. But the whole story gave me chills. So if my family narrowly avoided being killed by some witches, or a cult or whatever, or if we just stumbled upon a hermit who didn't want us in his woods, either way, I'm glad that it didn't turn out any differently. This happened on a road trip with my ex-girlfriend, and I've always wanted to tell this story. We were headed to Eureka, California from Oregon, and had to go on this highway 299. We had a late start to our day, so it was nighttime by the time we set out on 299, thinking it would be just a normal stretch of rainy highway. We were thoroughly unprepared for how twisty and isolated it really was. Midnight came, and it had been pouring rain. My girlfriend was dodging rockfall for the entire drive so far.
She was absolutely drained. We found a flat place to pull over for a quick nap, like a little outcrop of dirt alongside the road. The rain had stopped, but it was muddy, and man was it quiet. Eerily so. We were both so drained that we just crashed for about 30 minutes or so in our respective seats. Keep in mind, we'd been on the road for a while and hadn't passed a single car the entire time. I woke up to the sound of scratching underneath the car that I brushed off as an animal. Then I heard steady plopping out in the mud, like someone was circling our car, but I didn't see a thing. I elbowed my girlfriend thinking she was still asleep, but she was fully awake and frozen in place and just said, "I know." She said she had this feeling that something was off from the second that we pulled into that spot. We held deathly still for a bit longer, still reckoning that it was a deer or something, in denial. I got a large wave of goosebumps when we heard that faint scratching start up yet again. This time we bolted into action, and she threw the car into reverse pretty quickly. Suddenly she screamed, "There's someone there, oh my God," as she saw a figure dive into a nearby bush, lit up from the reverse lights. I looked but didn't see anything. We both were in 100% panic mode and practically skidded back onto the road. The rest of the drive back into California was unremarkable, but we did have a motorcycle tail us for most of the way back after that. From a decent distance, luckily. But seeing that faint light bobbing far behind us gave us the creeps on top of everything. It's probably unrelated, but who knows? Everything felt creepy and wrong for the rest of the night. Be careful on Highway 299 in Oregon. So me and 3 of my buddies, Andy, Kurt, and Morgan, were hiking the AT over summer break. We were only going to be out 3 to 4 days doing a section in Pennsylvania. On day 2, we were multiple miles into a state forest and multiple miles away from any roads or towns. As planned, we made it to a public shelter right around dinner time. It was a roof and 3 walls with some wooden bunks built in. We were hustling to get there as some clouds had been rolling in. We pretty much drop our bags at the shelter and it starts to rain. It was a summer rain where it blows in and pours for about 30 minutes, and then blows away to reveal blue skies and sunshine. So we were glad to start building a fire and getting dinner ready. About 5 minutes after the rain had stopped, we hear someone coming down the trail. Thinking, "Aw man, they must have got caught in the rain." However, first to round the trail is a happy little corgi, dry with his feet barely wet. The corgi ran up to us as we all had our snacks out and started begging for food. Behind him came a middle-aged man, slowly moving down the trail. He was wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt, cowboy boots, had no gear with him, and was also bone dry. At this point, we all start looking at each other, because none of this makes sense. We nervously play with the dog for a few minutes as the man takes his sweet time making his way over to the shelter. He walks up and says hello, and doesn't really engage in any conversation. Seems a bit socially awkward, and we were all too bugged out to try and ask him questions. He came within about 10 feet of us and was just walking around and seemed to be enjoying the scenery. We all looked at him and agreed that he was totally dry. White t-shirt and jeans. It would have been easy to tell if any of it was wet. We then say goodbye, and he starts to walk back the way that he came. Started calling for the dog to follow him, saying, Toby, come on, boy." The dog had almost no reaction to these remarks. Granted, we had food, but you would expect some kind of reaction. Then I looked closer at the dog, and it was wearing a Barbie pink collar and had metal ring hanging, but no dog tag attached to it. The man kept walking away and called the dog a few more times. Eventually, he disappeared down the trail. The dog stayed a few more minutes,
and then just walked away in the opposite direction they came from. Just walked off into the woods. So once they both are gone, we start talking to each other. No one saw any hikers behind us all day. No one saw any tents or shelters set up close by. We all confirmed on our map that the closest road was miles away. We all agreed that he was dry and very strange. And we all agreed that the dog seemed to have nothing to do with him, and it had a girl collar, and didn't react to the name Toby. We even tried to call it Toby and it didn't react. So, as our minds race, we decide that this man must be some kind of serial killer hiding out on the trail, living off the hikers that he kills. Killed one with a dog and decided to keep it. From there, we formulate a plan. Andy had some paracord, and we all had tin cans left from dinner. We set up a perimeter of these noise traps around the shelter and across the front opening. We also took the wooden picnic table that was next to the shelter and tipped it up on its side against the front to try and secure us inside. Nighttime, and it's absolutely pitch black. Fire pit got too wet to keep something going. We all sleep on the top bunks with our knives ready to go right by our beds. None of us really slept. At the slightest noise, we would jump, and then call each other's names to make sure that we were all there. I would pass out occasionally and fire off one of my grizzly bear snores and freak everyone else out. At one point, Kurt got down to look out the front and almost got stabbed by Andy as he was trying to climb back in his bunk. Then later, poor Morgan had to pee and was trying to pee out the front and accidentally hit the string and made the cans rattle. Well, the rest of us were ready to pounce on this silhouette by the front door, and he had to yell, "No, it's just me, it's just me." Otherwise, he would have been a goner. Eventually, we made it through the night. Sun starts to come up, and we start taking down the table and traps. We left a note in the shelter sign-in book about Toby and the man that was with him. We diverted our path and moved over near a campground the next night. Set up a concealed camp quarter-mile off the trail. Then, the final morning, we got to the campground payphones and called in for our extraction. None of us have ever forgotten how terrifying that night was, and since then, we often recall the story of Toby and the man that was with him.
I am from Rhode Island, and my friend and I have always had an interest in paranormal hotspots around the state. In a town called Cumberland, there is a haunted road called Tower Hill Road. There's a lot of paranormal stories and histories of the area. According to the people who live around, they see the ghost of a little child walking a dog. There were also stories about Native Americans who were killed during the French-Indian War. So one day we decided to drive over there and look around. There's been a few places that I've been to where I could literally feel the heaviness. I felt really anxious for some reason, and there were times where I felt like I would see shadows in the distance. When we passed the specific tree, my friend started screaming that she saw something. I started laughing because I was nervous, but then my whole body felt like lead, and my fight or flight instincts were screaming at me. For the rest of the drive, I felt this kind of paranoia like someone was watching us. The road is about a mile long, but it feels like it is so much longer. If anyone here is from Rhode Island or the New England area and want to explore paranormal areas, I really recommend this one.
This took place last year in the South Carolina mountains at the beginning of summer. I was with my mom headed down to my Nana's farm to visit for a weekend. For some context, she lives on a farm way back in the country, right at the foot of a mountain in rural SC. It's a very rural, secluded area, so the roads are badly maintained and barely wide enough for two cars to pass one another. The houses are also spread out and set far back into the tree line from the road, so there's very little ambient light besides the headlights of a car. So my mom and I are driving along, her in the driver's seat and me in passenger. It was around 11 p.m. and we're roughly 15 minutes out from Nana's, deep in the woods, with the radio down almost to silent. We come onto this straight stretch of the road in a heavily wooded area, and suddenly this blur of a creature darts out across the road, right at the edge of our headlights. It was moving pretty good, but both me and my mom were able to get a good look at it, and both agree on what we saw. It was a fairly large creature, roughly the size of a person bigger. Neither of us could make out the head, but we both remember it appearing to have a segmented body. My mom's words. As if it were emaciated and its rib cage was poking out. The reflection of light made it hard for me to tell color, but my mom said she remembered it to be dark and she didn't see fur hair. It had long limbs, and as it moved across the road, it didn't run the way a dog or horse would, with all four legs. The best word to describe it would be loping, using its front limbs to pull itself along, and it was moving considerably fast. As we got up to where it had crossed, I turned to look at it just as it reached the other side of the road and out of our headlights, and I swear on my life, it stood up and ran. Not like a dog rearing on its hind legs, it was definitely bipedal. I immediately yelled that it had stood up, and we both started getting nervous. I honestly would have thought I was going insane had I not had another person in the car with me. My mom has always been a pretty level-headed person and not superstitious, but she was very nervous and made me agree to not tell my Nana about it to avoid scaring her, which made me recognize how serious this was. I should also mention that there had apparently been a series of attacks on livestock horses in the area around the time this happened. People were saying they found wire fences ripped through and their animals attacked. I don't think any died, but if I remember correctly, there were a few horses that were severely wounded. There have been a few other strange instances in the area, but that was my personal experience. My family and I were driving from Ohio to Wyoming one holiday season to visit family about 10 years ago. Due to some storms farther north, we traveled straight west instead of northwest at first and split the trip at Omaha, staying the night before heading up through Nebraska into South Dakota. Once we were far enough north, we turned west onto I-90. At that point, it had been over an hour since we saw anywhere that might have had a public restroom, and we were on state routes, so no rest areas. Those of you who have traveled with a young kid know that that's close to their bladder/boredom's limit, and our daughter was begging to stop somewhere to pee. South Dakota was similarly deserted, or even worse as we headed west. Finally, we reached a desperately needed rest stop, as the at-my-time 5-year-old and I both needed to pee by then. Just as we pulled in, the truck that had been following us for a while pulled in too. I didn't think too much of it at first until I started to open my door. My head was turned to the right, where the truck was parked a couple of spots over. My eyes met the driver's and I just shivered. He was a skinny white guy, straggly gray-brown beard and dark eyes. I could see that he was wearing a dingy/dirty blue plaid shirt. He got out of his 90s brown and cream truck and started rummaging in the bed. I told my husband that I didn't want to go into the rest stop alone because of the guy and the weird feeling that I got from him. He thought I was being a little silly, but agreed to come in with us. At that point, the next stop was Wall, South Dakota, about 100 miles away according to the huge billboards that we'd passed advertising it. He figured he'd better empty his bladder even though he didn't particularly feel the need. I grabbed our daughter and we headed inside, followed by the guy who'd finished rummaging at his truck but wasn't carrying anything when I glanced back. My daughter and I did our business in the women's restroom and headed back out to the lobby. As I expected, my husband was already out there, since he didn't have a small human to chaperone. The old guy was also sitting in the tiny lobby area. He was just standing there staring at my husband. My husband rushed us back out to our car. As we were buckling in, he locked the doors. Then he told me that the guy hadn't even gone into the restroom and was just standing in the lobby the whole time. He agreed with me that we might have just had a close call, and he was glad that it hadn't been just me and our daughter in there. However, that's not the end of the story. Remember how I mentioned Wall and that it was 100 miles away? Well, that was 100 miles of pretty empty landscape, but a decent number of turnoffs from the interstate. We didn't see the truck following us and thought the whole episode was behind us, except when we stopped in Wall to grab lunch and some road snacks. Plus, look at this homey but fun little tourist trap in the middle of nowhere. We saw the guy in the store, not even 20 feet away from us. Same face, beard, dirty plaid shirt. Thankfully, we'd already eaten, so since he was staring at us again, we quickly paid for our snacks and trinkets and got the heck out of there. Thankfully, we didn't see him again, but I was seriously creeped out until we reached our relatives in Wyoming, safely, with no other sight of that truck.
This happened to me over the weekend during a hunting trip. I spent last night trying to Google and figure out what the heck I saw. I haven't found anything that doesn't seem like conspiracy craziness, so I'm open to any suggestions. A family friend has a few hundred acres in Tennessee. Once a year, my dad, uncle, and myself, and the guys in the family that own the land go on a week-long hunting trip. They have a cabin and a trailer tucked away at the edge of the mountain that we stay at during the week. There is no running water, and we use a generator for lights during the evening. Phone service is non-existent out there. The nearest town is Murphy, Tennessee, which is about 50 minutes away by car. Typically, we get out to tree stands / ground blinds at around 4 a.m., and then come back to the camp around 9-ish, grab something to eat and nap, and then head back to hunt until sundown. All week, my uncle and I hunted the same plot. It was on the east side of the property and took about 20 minutes by four-wheeler. We would park the four-wheeler in this big clearing, and then the ground blind I was hunting from is another 15 minutes or so by foot. It's a rough 15 minutes too. I basically walk along this ridge line on the side of the mountain, and the blind is set just inside the underbrush of a tree line that overlooks an opening at the start of a river. My uncle was hunting in a blind that was a little closer walk and probably 30 minutes away from me. We hunted the same spot Sunday through Thursday. Thursday evening, we were all drinking beer and hanging out by the fire. My uncle, having not seen anything all week, wanted to go to the plot my dad was hunting. It was a 30-minute walk from the camp. You don't even need a four-wheeler to get there. I had killed a deer the first afternoon there and seen a bunch of does that evening right before sunset, so I wanted to stay where I was. So Friday morning after we hunted, I helped him pack up his blind and ride it out to the plot that my dad had been on and helped him get set up for that evening. I took the four-wheeler by myself that afternoon and continued hunting the same ground blind. Same thing as I had done all week. Everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. Until Saturday morning. I had gone out by myself again that morning and had watched a bunch of deer that crept up right before the sun started coming up. They were a bit further than I wanted to shoot, and when they got closer to the edge of the river, they weren't big enough or were too young for me to justify shooting. I watched them until they retreated back into the woods, and at this point, it's probably 8:30 a.m. or so, and the sun is fully up. Now, this is an embarrassing one for me, but oh well. Having spent almost an entire week packed in this trailer with two other guys and no privacy, I decided that I was going to have a little fun before I went back to the camp. Every hunter has done it. I don't care if you admit to it or not. Now, I'm sitting there doing my thing, and even though nobody ever walks up while you're hunting out there, I'm still on high alert, making sure that I don't get caught by one of the guys while I'm doing this. I'm laid back in this chair inside of the blind, basically one eye looking in front of me, and every now and again peeking behind me through the mesh to make sure that no one's coming. That's when I started hearing crunching. I knew it was people footsteps, and I could tell that it was more than one person. It was to my right, and the mesh of my ground blind and underbrush kept me from being able to see who it was. I calmly got myself ready and quietly leaned up so that when my uncle or whoever it was came up, I could act like I was just sitting there hunting. Keep in mind, we are so far out in the sticks that it never even occurred to me that it could be anybody other than someone that I was hunting with. I listened to them walking, and finally, I slowly stood up and poked my head through the blind and peeked over the underbrush. It was 4 people walking towards the river in a line. They were wearing these black cloak-looking clothes, like something they wear in Harry Potter, with these furry hats that covered most of their faces. It looked like some weird cult, but the guy in the back of the line was completely naked. He looked disgusting. His hair was curly and way too long, and he had a big beard that looked nasty, like it had a bunch of leaves and stuff in it. I'm bundled up with hand warmers in my pockets because it's like 25 to 30 degrees out. This guy had to be freezing. No shoes either. This is thick underbrush that we're talking about walking through. Rocks jutting up from the ground and stuff. No sane person is out there barefoot, much less completely naked. The guy had to be 115 pounds too, just completely unhealthy looking, like these people that had been keeping him prisoner or something. The sight of these guys was so unnerving to me that I was still standing there frozen in an awkward half stand, half bent over position, with my head out of the blind watching them, before it clicked with me that I needed to slowly sit down. At that point, they had passed the point of the blind where I couldn't see them, and were walking with their backs to me, towards the river. I slowly sat down, and put my rifle in my lap, and watched them all step ankle deep into the river. They were facing side profile away from me, towards the woods, and I could see 2 of the clothed people moving around the naked guy, and one of them was standing still, holding their arm out in front of them. I got the nerve to look through my scope at them, and it looked like 2 of them were washing the guy with the river water, and the other one holding their arm out like a chain or something. The one holding the chain was talking, but way too far for me to hear any of it. After a few minutes, the 2 doing the washing stopped, and all 3 of them held hands around the naked guy and started moving in a circle around him while he just stood there staring ahead. They did this for at least 5 minutes. That doesn't seem that long of a time, but 5 whole minutes of watching whatever the heck that was seemed like a lifetime. Something of note that clicked with me last night. Whatever they were doing seemed time-based. My watch beeped at 9 o'clock and nearly gave me a heart attack. No way that they could hear it, but in my head, I was picturing them all turning and looking at me. But right after my watch beeped, they stopped a few seconds later, at 9 on the dot. The 3 clothed people stepped back in a line in front of the naked guy, and they walked back the way they came, exactly like they came in. None of them talked or broke the line while they were walking. It was terrifying because the way out for them was the first time I could truly have been in their line of sight. They never saw me though, and I watched them once they passed my head back up the mountain from where I assumed they originally came from. I waited for 30 minutes or so and booked it out of there fast. This happened when I was growing up, around 2004 or 2005, when I was about 13 years old. It took place in a rural area, a good ways outside the town of Uvalde, Texas. The town itself was really small back then, and not much to look at. It's just one of those towns that really isn't on the way to anywhere important. My father knew someone who owned a deer lease that was about 1,000 acres, I think, down outside of that area, and was complaining about a ton of hogs that were tearing up their land.
Being open season on hogs in the South, my dad thought he would surprise me that summer and take me down for a week to go hunting for them. Not only did that help him with networking for his job, but also gave us some quality father-son time. I remember the drive down there from Dallas was torture. It was about 7 hours in my dad's hardtop Jeep Wrangler. That car was so uncomfy I hated it. All had to do was either stare out the window or try and beat Super Mario Land 2 on my Game Boy Pocket. The drive obviously took most of the day L, so we got there in the early evening. The owner of the land had told my dad that he hadn't had anyone lease it that year yet, and the cabin and the property might be a little rough and dusty. I didn't really care. At this point in my life, I had been in scouts for a couple years and spent a lot of my free time in the woods or fishing with friends. Needless to say, I was pretty comfortable roughing it. So after unlocking the gate and driving to the cabin on the land, we settled in. The cabin was pretty rough. Dust and dirt everywhere. Flies. I remember that it looked like some raccoons had gotten into the cabin and crapped on the floor. After cleaning up a bit and getting the sleeping bags out, then setting up the cots, we decided to sleep. Something about that night was weird. I never was able to get comfortable enough to fall asleep for any restful amount. I couldn't put my finger on why, but I had that feeling of being watched. I was finally able to drift off for what I guessed was an hour maybe. When we woke up, it was early, about 7 a.m. We decided to scout around the land for tracks and signs of hogs and find a good place to set up a blind. It was the summer and horribly hot in the afternoons, so morning was the best time to be out and about. After walking for an hour or so, we came to area of trees, lightly dense, and luckily found some signs of hogs. Typical torn up ground where they had been rooting, so we followed them into the trees. I was looking for more signs when my dad stopped me with his arm. I remember looking up and seeing someone standing about 50 yards away. Some of their body was blocked by trees. This was private land, so they definitely weren't supposed to be there. We also had confirmation from the owner before we got to the lease that nobody was there. Not to mention the gate was locked up when we first arrived. The person was wearing some bright-colored red jacket. We slowly walked toward them. My dad called out something like, "Hey, we're hunters. This is private land." The person didn't move at all. Dead still. We were about 30 yards away and could see that he was turned away from us with his hands in his pockets. Weird thing was that the person was in a ski jacket and what looked to be ski pants. Now this is Texas in the summer. It was about 98 outside by then. My dad called out again, no reaction. He told me to stay behind him and unsnap the clip to his pistol holster. That's all we had at the time since we were only scouting the area. The rifles were back at the cabin. We approached the person's right side, and then my dad told me to stay put about 20 yards away. I stayed and crouched down, watched him circle around to the front of the man, all the while talking to him, asking if he was okay. He finally passed around to the front of the man, and my dad stood straight up with a confused look on his face. I called out and said, "What's wrong?" And he called back saying, "It's a mannequin." I walked over to it while my dad stood there staring, and as I got closer, one thing stood out the most. The clothes it was wearing were brand new. No dust, sap, bird droppings, or signs of being outside for more than day at most. At that moment, I looked at my dad and could see him get worried. Almost immediately after, I felt that feeling again, like we were being watched, and I knew my dad felt it too. I wanted to start crying. I remember feeling suddenly so scared. My dad whispered, "We're leaving right now." He grabbed my hand and drew his pistol. He scanned the area the whole way back while I was trying to hold back panicked tears. We got back as fast as we could. I was terrified, so it felt like an eternity, but in reality it was only like 45 minutes max. After returning, we packed up and beat feet. We drove back home that day and didn't talk much on the way back. I remember right after we left, my dad called his buddy, the owner of the land, and he was confused. He said that he would go check it out next week when he was in the area. He also said that he had never had an issue with people because his property was high fenced. My dad normally isn't a paranoid person, but me being young and the lease possibly having someone there we didn't know about, he decided to be cautious and just get out of there. After we got back home, we talked, and my dad wasn't able to sleep the night before as well. He had the same feeling but didn't want to wake me up because he thought I was sleeping too. Turns out that next week he got a call from his buddy, and he checked the whole property and never found any trace of anyone, no mannequin or anything. That story still makes my hair stand on end. No idea what that was, but the paranoid man in me thinks it was some kind of trap or something. Not the creepiest thing that happened to me in the woods, but definitely top 3. So whoever was out there, I'm glad we never met.
My boyfriend, our dog, and I were camping in Beaver, Utah. I'm usually a heavy sleeper, but when it comes to being out in the woods, I'm not. My boyfriend is the opposite. Once the sun was setting, it was getting freezing cold. My dog went into my sleeping bag and cuddled me, making the night so perfect. Until, I think, around 2 a.m. I woke up to some sounds. Trying to brush it off and fall asleep, I hear it louder and closer. I start freaking out, and my boyfriend is well asleep. The sounds were like coyotes or wolves maybe. In my head at the time, I would convince myself that it was a pack of wolves, because I assumed the worst, and at the time, didn't know the difference in what they sound like. They kept on howling and crying, from all sides of the camp, getting closer and closer. Finally, my boyfriend wakes up, and he brushes it off saying, "Oh, it's fine, we're safe." Well, I didn't feel safe. At one point, they were so close, they were freaking out my dog, and she started barking. And I didn't know whether that would help or make it worse, so I tried shushing her a bit. They ended up being so close to camp, I could hear them walking around, twigs snapping. I slept terribly. I was trembling. My dog was trembling, and my boyfriend was sleeping peacefully. Still to this day, I don't know if it was coyotes or wolves, but we lived. It was a beautiful spot though. Would love to camp there again. Maybe bring a wildlife cam and something to put me in a deep sleep. In the fall of 1998, I went to Somerset, Vermont, to go camping along the Somerset River. A forest road runs up to an airfield with free dispersed campsites. It was first come, first serve, and in the summertime, it would be packed with kids partying and living their best lives. Still, my girlfriend and I planned this trip in the fall, because the fall leaves in Vermont are something special to see, and we knew the campground would be empty in the middle of the work week during the off-season. I set up our tent, and we walked around the woods down to the river and just enjoyed the season's natural beauty. We lay in the tent, talking as the sun went down and drifted off to sleep. Sometime in the night, I woke up to 2 voices outside the tent. It sounded like 2 men whispering to each other, but it wasn't in English. I couldn't distinguish what they were saying, but distinctly heard 2 male voices. Suddenly, there was a long, low whistle from off in the distance, and I heard one of the men make a click sound in acknowledgement. Everything was quiet after that. I waited until sunrise and went outside to the tent and looked around. I didn't see anyone. My heart was pounding in my chest and I was wide awake. I woke my girlfriend up and we left. I still wonder where those guys came from and why they used whistling and clicking sounds to communicate. The Somerset campground is far off the beaten path, and I didn't hear or see any signs of a vehicle. Rural Vermont has a lot of strange legends and folklore. Years after this happened, I learned about the Bennington Triangle and the disappearances of people in the 1950s. I left the state and joined the Army a few months later. I've only been back to Vermont a few times since then. but I never camped there again. A long time ago, I did a 6-day hike through the Shenandoah, Virginia part of the Appalachian Trail, from Front Royal to Big Meadows. Now, this was the first time I had ever hiked. Not only was I an amateur, but I was completely naive. My hero at the time was a man who walked from the middle of the Congo Basin out to the Western Ocean in Africa. He hiked it in sandals, so I hiked in sandals. So I was very green to everything about the Appalachian Trail. I was along a ridgeline walking where the path was really thin and covered by grass about a foot high on both sides. I'm in my own thoughts, and I see this hiker coming the other way. He was about 6'2" and lean with thick curly brown hair. I'm a big guy, 6'1" and 250 pounds. He saw me coming the other way and stepped off the trail. He said, "Go ahead, jerk." He said it so oddly with a blank face, like it was a casual thing. I went past him completely weirded out. Needless to say, I was weirded out for a while. So 2 days later, I came across a designated campsite with a constructed platform lean-to. I was so tired with my feet bandaged and raw. It was still around 4, so I was debating whether or not to keep going, when 2 women came into the camp. They were of the good-looking granola variety. They looked happy and tired. They said that they might stay there, so staying at that campsite was looking better. About 20 minutes later, that same weird guy walked into camp and started to unpack. It looks like they knew each other. I was bummed out. I did not want to be in camp with this guy. I started to pack up. The 2 girls were heating up dinner, their potable stoves firing. As I was leaving, the guy takes out his dish, goes up to one of the women, shakes the dish in her face and says, "Jerk, make me dinner." That's when I left. I thought it was some kind of weird joke, so I continued hiking until dark and ended up making camp off the trail in the brush. So 2 days later, I was at another campsite. I got there early, so as a friendly gesture, I made a campfire. Everyone who camped there was friendly. Just before dark, to my surprise, the 2 girls showed up. I asked if their friend was with them and they asked who. I said the tall guy. They began to explain that they did not know him and they had never seen him before. They just had this feeling of being weirded out. They cooked some food for him and then they left with mace in hand. I felt like I missed my chance to be gallant or something. But mostly, we all had the feeling of being weirded out. Kind of like we avoided a serial killer or something. I'm posting this everywhere. I feel it might get some attention. This is a true story about something I experienced as a child. My name is Avi. When I was 6 years old, I lived in a small town in western Washington state. The city is very close to forest area, and the population is mostly backwoods, country type. In the year 1998, I was living in town. A night came where something strange and unique happened. My child mind couldn't fully grasp what was happening, but neither could the adults who witnessed this. My parents, my grandparents, my uncle, a police officer, and all of our neighbors witnessed a large number of floating flying green balls of light. They were around softball size, maybe a little bigger. My mother has reminisced in the night and told me about how they chased my grandmother's dig up the street and would pace the local traffic. A family friend admitted to seeing them in the nearby highway that night. My family has a very religious background, so their thoughts were that this was sinister and evil. But my memories are different. I vividly remember the green balls connecting in lines of 5 or so, and spinning around like a baton, and then unlinking to fly freely again. They would hover just above the street, up around the streetlights and just everywhere in between. My mother kept ushering my brother and I inside out of fear, but I was not afraid. This may have been because I was young and unconditioned, but the lights didn't seem dangerous to me. There must have been at least 100 of them. I have theories about them, but I've never been able to find any other encounters, so this is my newest attempt. I've even put up local flyers with my email to try and get anonymous stories. People in that area just don't like to talk about this stuff. To the credit of my religious family, they did seem to cause the lights to leave. I remember the last I saw of them was as my grandmother was praying and telling them to leave. They suddenly stopped, and all at once they shot up into the sky and disappeared forever. I have wanted to see them again ever since. I'm 27 now, and I'm still left wondering what they were. My main theory is extraterrestrial. My mother supplements this because she remembers seeing a large craft with spinning lights on it in the sky. I have actually dreamt of this as an adult. Anyway, please, if you or anyone you know has seen these lights or anything like this, I would find a lot of peace in just knowing that my little hometown is not alone. I just wanted to share an incident that I experienced in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, where I went to high school. I was in a video production class, right around the time the movie The Mothman Prophecies with Richard Gere was being made. So we decided to make a documentary. We spoke to a woman in her 70s, who, during the time of the original sightings back in the 60s, said that she was out riding her horse one day, and she said that she suddenly felt someone sit down behind her. All of a sudden, the horse bucked her off and went crazy. She chased the horse down and then looked at the horse. Burned into the flesh of the horse were the legs of a humanoid. She immediately got in contact with a veterinarian, who came to her farm to treat the horse. The veterinarian never asked how the horse got burned, as if he had seen this type of burn before. Other than the burn, the horse was fine. Later that week, she confided to a friend that whatever it was that sat behind her on the horse had very thin insect-like legs. She also said that it had the odor of ammonia. She also said that when she backed off of the horse, she caught a glimpse of the being on the horse. She saw huge butterfly-like wings that were yellow in color. She swears up and down that this was the Mothman. Also, it turns out that the veterinarian was one of the 46 victims who died during the Silver Bridge collapse on December 15th, 1967. I just thought that that was an interesting story. Years ago, I was driving with my ex-girlfriend back from a wedding in northern Wisconsin, heading towards Madison where she lived. We were probably like 20 or 30 miles away from the city at that point, and it was probably around 1 a.m. My GPS, which was some really cheap brand that my dad got me as a gift from Radio Shack, had been going through some backcountry highways for some reason, after I had stopped for gas instead of getting me back on the expressway right away. I didn't mind. I kind of always found those really peaceful, even though at night they're pretty creepy. My girlfriend was asleep in the passenger seat, so I had turned down the music really quiet to not wake her, which added a bit of the eeriness of it all. I'm like really into this groove of driving, focused on the roads because it was so dark without streetlights everywhere. Then something on the side of the road catches my eye. It was a giant mountain lion, with what appeared to be blood all over its face. I start shaking my girlfriend awake to get her to see it before it was gone, but she woke up too late. I pulled over to the side of the road and asked her to watch the rear view so that she could see this huge thing cross the road, but it never did. She was convinced that I imagined it all, because that area of Wisconsin is not known for mountain lions. But I swear, I saw it. I love this subreddit and always wish that I had something to contribute. But also, I'm glad that I don't have a scarier story because I'm a scaredy cat. I remembered this story that kind of happened to me, but mostly to my friends. My friends and I were driving back from a rave in Denver. We take 287 from Fort Collins to Laramie because it is the quickest way home. 287 is a beautiful drive during the day, but empty and sketchy at night, especially during winter. It was very southeastern Wyoming. I was in the back seat and inebriated, so I missed this, but I asked my friend who was in the passenger seat to tell me the story again. Owl Canyon is a little two-lane detour that I think might have been unpaved at the time. The car on the side of the road just after the Owl Canyon, so it was really rocky cliffs. Pitch black either side of the road. Dude is just chilling in the middle of the road, in all black trying to wave us down. We don't see him till like maybe 20 to 30 feet, and have a hard swerve to miss him. I don't know why he wanted us to stop, but I don't think it was good. This would have been around 3 a.m. probably, and like I said, it would be empty out there at that hour, so this is weird. The helper in me is like maybe he was in trouble, but I'm glad that my friends have some street smarts, because if he had bad intentions, like some kind of weapon, then we would have been messed up. We were all pretty young at the time too. This isn't as exciting as some of the other stories on here, but I wanted to give some Wyoming flavor to the sub. This state is so big and empty. There's no way that there's not some backwoods creepy stuff happening all the time. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.